Demon time may truly be upon us today. Hello, everybody. How's it going? We have a few things on the menu today. We've got Mizkif tweeting stuff about Tectone, some allegations in regards to his lawsuit. We've got some Lakari updates. And then I do want to react to some YouTube videos, some, viral ones, some hot topics. So first of all, yeah, the boys are fighting. Hi everybody, how's it going? Yeah, lazy Saturday. I know everybody is in some kind of storm. Who knew Greenland would strike back first by sending us their weather, right? Okay, let me just find the clips real quick. There's been a lot of updates. There's also some Kai Cenat stuff, but I don't even know what's going on there. Release the plushie files. The storm does look like boobs. I tweeted about it. Right when I said it, you got a weather warning? Well, I've even got friends in the States that can't, travel because the weather's too bad. Hi Rima, just not here, not no there, but you just keep calling me no there because you're a meanie horse. Anyway, hope your stream goes well. Thank you, no there. I mean not here. Thank you. Kai retired to follow his passion for fashion. Honestly, good for him. Yeah, that reminds me of a post I saw yesterday where it's like Kai Cenat retired to become an accordion. No, but there's more stuff with his ex. Apparently his ex cheated on him, and there's some drama with his assistant. The horse needs special horseshoe in the snow, get about like snow tires. That's a good question. I don't know, actually. Yeah, he did, well, Mythic tweeted about it. We're gonna get there. We'll get there. In order. Let me go in order first. Alright, browser audio's on. Music off. Yeah, be safe everybody at home. You know, it's a good weekend to stay inside. So, very late last night, we were actually all, in a members channel. We were gaming because sometimes we do community nights with the members. So if you guys subscribe either on Twitch or on YouTube for any of the paid tiers, on YouTube it's as low as $3 a month. You get to have your name immortalized at the end of a video, which is amazing because these never go off. And on top of that, you get access to the members only channel in my Discord server, where you can join sometimes some members only games. Yesterday we played some Civilization 6. It was really great. So if you do have a memberships, make sure that you sync everything so you can access those channels in the Discord. If you want to join my Discord, that's available for everybody. It's called discord.gg/Rima. Let me just drink some water. So, apparently, Mizkif, who's set on getting revenge on everybody that spoke ill about him, sent some goons He sent some goons to Mizkif's court, to Tectone's court hearing to transcribe everything that's happened. Seems a little crazy in that clip. He's got like these wild eyes. But hey, Mizkif, feel free to air everything out before you leave. He did say he was gonna go demon time. It's coming a little bit late. I don't know if there's any validity to what he's saying. He does show some stuff. We'll take a look at all that together. Yeah, are we finally seeing demon time? We're about to find out. Apparently there's more. I'm really curious to see which statement Tectone will do about this.
Why did Tectone block me? Why did Tectone just delete a picture of a gun? You might ask, chat, why did he delete the picture of the gun? Tectone went to court. Tectone went to court, and Tectone had a restraining order on him for the past few months. That's why Tectone wasn't streaming. Not because he was clearing his mind, because Tectone wasn't streaming because he had a fucking restraining order, okay? This restraining...
Okay, this is another thing that I forgot to speak about earlier, but there's been a rumor for a while now that, again, it's a rumor, so I don't know how true it is, that the reason why Tectone's just been uploading these videos and not streaming was because he wasn't allowed to, because he's in a court case against his ex, and apparently every time that he went live, he might have said some stuff against her, so she kept on filing complaints, or whatever that's called, to the court, until they told him that he's not allowed to stream anymore, which is why he's been like recording these videos from this place that, you know, he keeps uploading on, and he like, it would explain why he tweets almost every single day but hasn't been live, but again, that's a rumor. I'm scared to join on community nights because you keep bullying me by calling me the wrong name, you bully. I shall have my revenge. Or some coffee. Probably coffee. We're lucky to be able to drink coffee because I can't even drink coffee anymore with my Invisalign. The word's horrible. It would be dumb to create more evidence, I agree. Demon time? Did he punch the door? Punched a Kirby.
Order that Tectone had, it was a few months ago, okay? He had a court today, and in court, Tectone was...
So he can't stream till the court case is up? I mean, sounds plausible. It'd be advisable, too. That's what Mizkif is referring to here.
Tried for sexual assault, and Tectone, with his 5 lawyers...
They didn't go well.
Lost.
I don't think it's just sexual assault. I think there was a few... It was a complicated case with a bunch of different things. This has been going on for a while, so I forgot some deets. But there was a few things.
Tectone has not a restraining order from Pink. He has the upgraded version of a restraining order. Okay? He got an upgraded restraining order today. I forgot what it's called. There's a name for it. It is a protective order. Tectone has a protective order from Pink Chew. For the next 10 years, Tectone can't own guns.
For a decade.
That's why Tectone deleted that tweet. He's not allowed to own any firearms or weapons. Oh. Tectone is not allowed anywhere near her. Hundreds of yards he has to be away from her. And Tectone was accused, and the judge agreed, of the sexual assault charges that Pink Chew had. Yes. 5 judges. 5 lawyers Tectone had. She had 1.
So somebody's saying in chat it's a civil case restraining order. Is that true? This was a civil case?
And she won. That's how bad it was. He had 5 lawyers. You want to see something interesting and funny? I'm going to show.
Also, I don't know if it was actually lawyers or like 5 lawyers, like, you know, when people were memeing on Mika Neko because she had 8 lawyers, but it wasn't actually 8 lawyers. It was just like a bunch of lawyers from different firms that signed on. Or if there was actually like 5 lawyers present defending him. Like he's saying all this stuff, but there's like a lack of details. That's why I really can't wait till there's more information that comes out. But I do want to see what he says. Because I'm curious.
Show this, and I'm gonna go to gambling, because I'm gonna probably want to end my stream soon.
And also, who's the bald guy on his couch? Like, is that his dad? Like, is he hanging out with his dad because nobody else will hang out with him now? Is that what happens when you're like shunned and you have to move to kick? That is his dad. Is it true? Hackfish! Oh my god, thank you so much for the 15 months!
My dad just said of all the guys that I couldn't stand, it was Tectone. Dad, that's not an uncommon statement. It's fucking known.
There's no way that's his dad, right? There's no way you're saying all this shit with your dad in the background. But the guy doesn't look that old. Maybe it's not his dad. Can somebody confirm it? This is the actual question from this video.
Ready for this? There's Tectone with some of his lawyers leaving the courtroom. You can tell by his walk. You can tell by this. There he is, leaving the courtroom today. The walk of shame as he lost a court case to Pink Chew. You can tell by his fucking giant dome and who that walk is, that it's him.
That's crazy that he sent people to the court case. And there was another clip. I don't know if Ock posted that clip. Hold up. It was on LSF where he explains I'll just play this in the meantime.
Wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me. Have mercy on my soul. Somewhere my heart turned cold. Have mercy on many men. Many, 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 many men. Wish death upon me.
Okay, is he gonna say anything or is he just dancing? Alright, we're not watching this cringe. Oh, this is the other part. He also accuses him of view-botting, and he's showing some screenshots. But my entire question while I was watching this was, where does he get these screenshots from? Like, where did he get them from?
Well, this is Tectone's number. His name is John Techie Robertson. You're going to be seeing that name a lot over the next few days. The reason why it says elevate, it's time to complete your workout, is because this was on my phone and I took these. These are screenshotted to me, and for some reason it says elevate, okay? I'm just letting you know. Ready? This is the bots that were bought. This is Tectone's account, http/Tectone, http/Tectone, 2004, July 26th, quantity 1,000, when in August 4th, quantity 750. This is John Tectone. Zoom in, sure. This is John Tectone messaging the person that was buying him the bot saying, sad face, can you try that again? I'm stupid and dumb. You just make an account, pay to the top right and add it to your account. If you need help, let me know. It's good for you to do it anyway since I won't be around. Let me know if you need me to walk through it and I'll help you, which then they tried to help him with secure paying, okay? Why do you have these? Because I'm a fucking demon. And when you fuck with me, I'm gonna fucking destroy you.
I can't believe he said that. Give us the real answer, though. How did you get these so we know they're real?
This is the bots that he bought.
He's so corny. I can't believe he responded that because I'm a fucking demon.
Right? This is August 24th, right? Another time he bought bots. XDD, did you buy my bots with a fucking cringe ass emoji? LOL, just say like, because I do my lewd content, I need my own space. Tectone probably shitting on her, because it's true. I'm going to do sets all over this house, like roleplay in the kitchen. Don't worry. Did you get my bots? So Tectone definitely needing her to buy the bots. I could only do 750, but I sent you the link to everything. Sad face, can you try again? I'm stupid and dumb. Good job, Tectone, you fucking retard. You are right. You are stupid and you are fucking dumb. This is the bots. This is John Robertson. There's Tectone's picture on August 24th, paying $1,000, claiming it's a house when it really was for bots.
How did he get that, though? Like, did he pay the guy that's selling the bots? And why would Tectone be talking directly to the bot guy? Bro started his anime villain arc. I'm not saying like I'm not ruling all of these out completely. I just have a lot of questions. Source, trust me, bro. Exactly. Like, I'm not ruling these out completely, but I'm not gonna believe them blindly either. And then my other question did he get those because they were included in the court case somehow? And if they were, then why? Because it doesn't seem like it would make sense to have them in a court case.
Why would Tectone pay $1,000 for a house that he owns? Does that make any sense to anyone? No. And then these are the bots. This was taken on August 24th. This was on my phone. August 4th, he bought the bots starting at 70, quantity 750, quantity 1,000. Zoom in more. There's no way I have to zoom in more. For like this is zoomed in. There you go. Did you sell him the bots? Nope. This is not for me. This is not for my phone. I just have the screenshots of the text messages of John Robert Robertson trying to ask and make someone buy bots for him because he's apparently too fucking stupid to do it. So this is him asking her to do this, and he was making her do it on her card, which then so Tectone wouldn't get caught, and then Venmoing her with pictures of house emojis so that way no one would know what it's for, randomly giving her thousands of dollars when he owns the house. How does that make sense? Because he was viewbotting.
This one I haven't watched yet. But there's he did a full stream, and these are just clips. Like, he did a full stream where he claims that a bunch of like he had this notepad that we briefly saw where he lists all of his reasons why he believes Tectone hates him and all of that. Very odd. Oh, I think this is the clip I was looking for. Let's switch to that real quick. Can I now make this big?
Fucking find out and figure out shit? Nope, it's not. You want to know what I did today, chat? And I'll tell you what's going to come tomorrow. I sent my ops to the courtroom for Tectone and Pink Shoe. And I have written down notes for a 7-hour trial. Okay. I didn't say a word last night. I didn't want anyone to know.
This is the clip where he seems really crazy. He's so into it. He's so proud of this moment.
I have 7 hours of notes on Tectone and what he did to Pink Shoe. And I will be addressing it all tomorrow.
Oh, so
nice
today.
Job, Tectone. You fucking disgusting fuck.
Because this was last night. This was last night.
Way to talk shit on people when you have your own shit behind your fucking back. You are a disgrace and you should be fucking gone. And your little buddies around you who constantly claim wait till the court finds out, guess what? They're finding out tomorrow. You're a fucking loser. And I can't wait till you're gone.
Oh, he cut off at a great time. What the fuck? I wanted to see what he wanted to say. Watch this. This is the one where he claims Tectone was in love with Emiru. Wait, it's been removed? No, let them fight. Okay. Well, let's look at this one then. I don't know, in the clip, he doesn't, I thought from the caption in that clip, he was going to say that maybe Tectone had like confessed once to Emiru and Emiru might have told Mizkif, but it wasn't that at all. Basically, I'm gonna paraphrase. I'm gonna paraphrase the clip from my pretty bad memory, but he said something like Tectone and his dad would often talk about Emiru in a very weird like way about her attractiveness. Then he shows a clip of Emiru that says that Tectone told her that his dad thought that she was really attractive, and Mizkif thinks it's really weird, especially considering Tectone's dad has some kind of allegation as well. Oh, you found the clip? Okay, well that's better than me paraphrasing it. Let's just watch that.
Then he hated me because I was dating Emmy. This is true. This is 1,000% true. This is 1,000% true that Tectone hated me because I was dating Emmy. He fucking couldn't stand that I was dating Emmy and he was in love with her. I have things I'm going to continue to show you guys and prove to you that will prove that point. But yes, he hated me because I was dating Emmy. The dude was fucking weird. And he was idolizing her. And I heard from sources that he would talk about her in a very weird manner with his dad, allegedly. So.
Yo, what's up, Shinya?
I'll invite myself.
You want to go? Do you want to pick up Pokey and Box from Steak and Eggs?
I would love to do that.
Okay. Then I'm gonna go right now. Do you want to meet us there?
Yeah, sure. Text me.
I think he just hates Miz from the house loan situation. He does address that. He does address that briefly after.
The address?
Yeah.
Alright, cool. Text right now. Here we go. Yes. Who was the last streamer you jerked off to?
I don't even. Fuck. Nah, wait a minute. I have.
Uh-huh. Take the shot, bro.
You just say it.
Take the shot.
Is this jerking off?
Oh my god, that's crazy. You want to know the worst part? I met her recently.
Oh,
my
god. Give me your top 3
Who is the guy on the left? But so far he's only shown a clip of the guy on the left being weird about Emiru, not
female
Tectone.
streamers.
When he said that, chat, we all know who it was. And sadly, I'm going to say it was Emmy. And this dude's a disgusting
Ew.
fuck. And the reason why he met her is because we were both on the same plane as him.
Love to date.
Dude, it's such a gross question. What are they even playing? It's so cringe.
Top 3?
Yeah.
And Tectone is continuing to just ask him questions like a fucking weirdo.
Okay, your #1 streamer that you would date.
Emerald. Everyone loves Emerald.
Stop! Stop!
Everyone loves
Stop!
Emerald. What do you mean?
No, that's not!
What do you mean?
No!
Is that bad?
Oh, bro, okay.
Wait,
Next question.
Wait.
Okay, the dating question was less bad than the jerking off question, though.
Why is that even bad?
Next.
There must have been some magic in that old SoCal they found.
Tectone came over, him and Freem came over yesterday, and one of the first things Tectone says to me is like, "Sup, dude? By the way, my 17-year-old father thinks you're hot," and I was like,
Yeah, so I'm going to say this loudly and proudly. I heard from somebody, very, a good source, the best source, I would say, that Tectone and his father would talk very disgusting things about Emaru all the time. All the time.
like, oh, thank you, Ben.
Oh, that's Shinya. He wasn't talking about Emeru. Shinya said he was talking about Morkbai. Did he say that today? I think this is why this clip was removed from LSF, because in this clip, Mizkif is reaching so much.
For the 9 months. So,
By the way, my father, who is a serial rapist, thinks you're hot. Like, dude, are you fucking kidding me?
Okay. I haven't seen this. Watch
Sure.
this. Wait, was he on False's Twitter?
He unfollowed me. What a big baby. He unfollowed me. Oh, 35-year-old bald boy. Ah, he blocked me. Ah! Why aren't you talking about me, Tectone? What'd you do? What happened today? I thought today was a good day. I'm confused. I thought today was a good day. What happened? Wait, what happened, Tectone? Today was a good day. Why aren't you talking about me? I'm confused, Tectone. Why'd you block me?
Rima hired an old man to sit in the background while you
Tectone
yap.
deleted his gun picture?
I'm still. Oh, the clip replay. Sorry. I'm still wondering who the old guy is. Okay, back to the clip I actually wanted to watch because the last two were just kind of cringe.
I never go after people first. I go after people when they go after me. And you're one of those people, Tectone. And you are second on the door. Lakari was first, you're number 2. And you're not going to be just number 2. There's going to be way more. And
Wait. He has something against Lakari now? I didn't know him and Lakari had beef, but he did kind of go hard on Lakari yesterday. Dude, Ellis has been crazy for the past 2 days. He had nothing to do with Lakari's downfall.
yes, people in Austin, you should be fucking afraid of me. You absolutely should. Because I have every secret and everything about you. You should be scared. Don't act like you shouldn't. I know everything about you from the past 8 years. I have all of our DMs, text messages, things I know that you don't want out there. Tectone's not the second. Tectone's not, and guess what? There's gonna be a third, fourth, fifth.
True, Lakari did say the links were from Mizkif. Oh, the plot thickens. He is going against Lakari because Lakari is friends with OTK people. I mean, isn't it crazy that all the OTK people keep having shit come out against them, though? What's up with that group? I know Lakari's not in OTK, but he kind of did orbit them a lot.
All right, I already know who it is. You're all retarded. Good job. Keep being retarded. I'm over here by myself in LA chilling with all my friends. You guys just continue to play your little fucking Playmate Toys bullshit over there and act like you're all friends. You all hate each other, by the way. All hate each other. But keep playing on it. Keep acting like you're friends and buddy-buddy. Keep pretending that I don't exist. Keep acting like I'm not around. And stop fucking texting me last night and today, trying to act like you want to be my friend now, that I have people in my chat and people around me that know that I know the truth about people like you. Stop.
What?
Fuck off. I'm not your friends. I don't like you. You're not my people. I grew all of you. I made you successful, but you threw me away. You threw me away for the wrong person. You did the wrong thing. And now, a lot of you are going to get what you deserve. Number 2 is Tectone. Number 1 was Lakari. And we will see more. I have more shit on Tectone. I have more things that are going on, but I can't fucking show it today because I want to make sure that I have it properly.
Okay, this is the first time I watched this clip. That was so funny. I'm sorry. That was so funny. He's yapping a lot. He hasn't shown a lot of like concrete stuff.
On every single claim that the guy had.
Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one that found this funny. Okay, I feel a little bit more validated now. XUC also is laughing.
Tectone lied about me with money.
Have you never minded that not a single good thing has come out of Texas? The whole Austin, nothing good. Things went there to die, and nothing came. Nothing good.
Tectone
They went there to save taxes, and it became kind of a cesspool. He's not wrong about that.
lied about me with everything. He told people on every single claim that the guy had. Tectone lied about me with money.
Have you never minded that not a single.
Like. Why is this clip like cut in a square?
Make any comment on you were a Mizzle live yesterday for 30 minutes just to trash and shit on you? No, I didn't see that at all. I would not make any comment on, like, I think that, you know what? No comment. Now, no.
Wait. Is Asmongold part of the lawsuit that Mizkif is doing against a bunch of people, or was Asmongold not one of the ones that weren't in it? Yeah, he is. Maybe that's why he doesn't want to comment
today. Soon you'll get a comment on all of this.
I can't wait for everybody to comment on all of this. Everybody, I just want to hear everybody's comments, okay?
But not today. Not today. Yeah. Not today. I'm a wise man. I don't gotta play. We're not playing these games, right? It's easy to see what's going on. Yeah, that's crazy, right? Wow. And anyway, you were a Mizzle live yesterday for 30.
Man, but when, Asman? When? Okay, so this is another thing. I swear I opened up Twitter and then there was Ox tweet of Mythic Talent and then there was the Mythic Talent tweet right next to it. So they say we have terminated our relationship with Tectone. Several months ago, we initiated our separation process and recently have finalized his departure. So I guess they accelerated that. Okay, I don't know if I want to watch Mizkif live DJ edit of Tectone. I'm good. Announcement regarding the termination of Tectone, like a VTuber announcement. There was a few more clips we posted in T-Sipping. Oh no, we've seen all of these. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much it. If you want to get more info, you could try looking at his fucking long stream, which was pretty cringe. Guess you can say it wasn't his story to tell. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Did you know that Rakai said that 9 to 5 job is easier than streaming? I've seen the captions going around. But I've seen somebody else comment on it and say, like, guy's so young he doesn't know anything. Isn't Rakai like 19 or something? Yeah, Rakai's not worked a day in his life. Like, he wouldn't know. He's 17? Is he actually 17? That is worse than my guess at 19. Why is he popular? Why does every week I'm learning about a new dumbass streamer? And the worst part is whenever they get into a controversy, they get even more popular and even more like rich. Rakai is literally a minor. Ew. Oh, did Kai Cenat make him popular? Is he part of his crew? He's an industry plant. He has bots allegedly. Bro, all the people that have been like exposed for botting and that, you know, they inflated, they ruined the Twitch economy for everybody else. They ruined the sponsors' trust permanently. They're not going back to Twitch now that they found out about all the view bots. And all of these people are still streaming. Like, they took these huge sponsor deals, tens of thousands of dollars, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars. And they're still streaming like nothing happened. Like, there's literally no consequences to anything anymore. I even think the Lakari guy is gonna be back. Like, we've seen other creators do worse stuff, and they're back. It's very blackpilling what's happening lately. But on a funny note, the LSF mod guy appeared on a podcast. He appeared on the Side Scroller podcast. Kind of a banger guest to have, though. That was a good idea of a guest to invite. Yeah, it's funny how Lakari is perma-banned on Kick, but only a week ban on Twitch. That's wild. Kick was kind of goated for just dropping the hammer. It is very blackpilling. Also, like, there's this other thing I noticed where it's like, well, all of these streamers are getting super famous after getting into big controversies because it's crazy, right? Like 2 years ago, people were doing this virtue signaling thing to amass sympathy, clout, etc. Now people are doing what we call vice signaling, which is the opposite. Like, oh, I'm gonna do all this horrible stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna rob these people. And that gets rewarded nowadays. It's wild. It's wild. Let's think of a huge scandal for you, Rima, and double your viewership. Yeah, and like, I mean, Paul, Logan Paul is one of the biggest example of that, right? He scammed his audience like twice. Still out there. Rima coin when? Kim Kardashian was the original. At least her thing wasn't that bad. It was just like shameful. It was embarrassing for her mostly. At least she wasn't hurting anybody. Someone in 2014 said that vice signaling might be the new meta. Wow, he was a prophet. Logan and Coffee still going at it in court. I hope Coffee wins. Time to enter the Marvel. Dude, I've been seeing so many funny tweets about the Marvel tourney. There's this one. Okay, real quick, and then I'll switch to the next topic. It's so funny. There's so many good memes. They're all the same format, by the way. Marvel Rivals players in a 40k tourney. I'm just here for vibes. Hee. Aram players for literally nothing. I'm gonna mute so I don't get copyright strike, but it's just like the most intense fight ever. Then there's this one. Right? But I've seen plenty of these with like different gifts. There's another one I think with Kirby's. Let me see if I can find it. Oh yeah, that one. Marvel Rivals players in a tourney for 40k, and it's like the, what are they called? Like the cuddly bears and shit. You know, just here for vibes. And then Yu-Gi-Oh players in a tourney for an air fryer. The Vegeta and Goku fight. Oh, Care Bears, not cuddly bears. My bad. Yeah, I love all the Marvel Rivals memes that came out of this drama. Hell, Yu-Gi-Oh players would fight for half a Coke! I was fighting my heart out to win a $20 Chipotle gift card for a local Smash tourney. Did you win? Hey, at least there's one good thing that's coming out from all this drama that we can laugh at. Yeah, this isn't Yu-Gi-Oh anymore. Let's fight to the death. Have you ever played Yu-Gi-Oh with your life on the line? All right, just a little follow-up on the Lakari stuff from 2 days ago. Asmongold was somebody that was a little bit more quiet on the Lakari stuff, and XQC is kind of roasting him for it, or criticizing him for it, is a better word.
Okay? I don't need to be dual wielding these. So I don't want to talk about whether something is, what happened, what...
Check, I don't like you to have a social read on this. I can really normally like read people.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck he's saying it.
I don't want...
Okay, every time XQC opens his mouth, it's just kind of funny for no reason. He speaks so fast.
I want to get sued for saying somebody committed a crime and then advocating for them to get banned. Because I'm literally getting sued for that right now.
I thought he was the one suing somebody for that. Yeah, XQC rapping again. I thought he was the one suing somebody for calling him a PDF file. Oh, Nina is suing Asmon.
I don't want to do that.
Is that true?
It's that simple. Straight up. Period. Like, I think that's totally reasonable. I think it should get investigated, of course. Absolutely. Duh.
Oh, Miz is suing him for defamation. But in the clip that we watched yesterday, Asmon said that he's already getting sued for calling somebody a PDF file, so he doesn't want to do that again. Miz is not suing him for this reason. So he's being sued by Miz, and he's looking into suing somebody else. Yes, I will. I'll sue for defamation if you guys call me a horse.
Of course. If that's not enough...
You're not gonna get sued if you watch a clip for what the clip is, and you say, yeah, that's bad. Like,
did I not say that?
You know, I mean, you know what I mean? Like,
didn't happen.
You won't be...
What's involved? I've got a feeling, like, I feel like this is what's happening. I think that some of the people in XQC's chat don't like me. And so they try to send a version of this that's like kind of misleading about what I really said. And they take it in a way that makes it sound like it's ambiguous. And I think that that's what's really going on. Because I think that really if he listened to what I said, it would make perfect sense what I'm saying. Like, it's easy to see what I'm saying. It's not involved. Destiny viewers? I don't know about Destiny viewers. I have no idea. Like, yeah, I mean, it's really about whether you had that stuff on your PC or not. I mean, I don't think that a lot of people are going to really accept an apology. It's an actual crime. We're transcending internet drama, right? There's internet drama and then there's crimes. And then it needs to be dealt with by the FBI, the police department, or some other type of agency. Like that's 100% what it has to be. No, he's a friend. Yeah, it's what happens, right? But either way, I mean, it feels weird. It does feel very weird, but at the end of the day, I mean, you have to have an investigation for something like this. It's not even a question. It's not even an opinion. It's not even anything other than it just being completely obvious, right? If there is any genuine child sexual abuse material, I want to see a punishment for that. I don't want to see it get rolled over, ignored, or anything else. Like, that's the most important thing to me. Not internet drama, not whether he gets banned or not. No. Like, this could be a potential crime. Like, crimes need to be dealt with not on Twitter, not on LSF. And
Okay, so he said all that.
okay? I don't need to be dual.
Yeah, we don't need to watch it twice. I think his response was okay. Sure, he didn't milk it as much as other stuff. I can understand that part. That part of the criticism. If it wasn't his friend, he probably would have milked it more. But he's right about everything else that he said, that this demands an investigation. He was pretty firm on that. I think he did say enough. Wait, Rima, if you're not a horse, are you a donkey? No, I'm not. Yeah, it seemed like a reasonable statement. And I mean, I did feel bad. Like, he got really serious when we watched that clip about him. And he seemed really affected by the fact that he's known this guy 8 years. And he seemed a little bit messed up about the accusations. Really, I just wanted to say that your GG video is like my favorite thing, so happy to see people react to it too, so I can watch it over and over again. We've got some really great reacts from this video, and I definitely want to do more. These videos take a bit more time. I am working on something else right now, on 2 other topics. It's gonna take a bit of time to put together, but I hope I'll have some new videos on some other VTubers for you guys soon. I think a lot of the drama lately has been a little bit boring to cover, so I think it's a good time to work on these videos for now. Oh yes! There's another thing about Lakari. His girlfriend there's a clip about her girlfriend talking about it, about his ban only being 7 days.
I will continue doing what I normally do. I know Lakari is banned off of Twitch and Kick. I'm very aware.
No, I don't think that's his ex. I think that's his actual girlfriend.
That. I know his Kick ban is permanent, and his Twitch ban is, I believe, temporary, 7 days. But even when he comes back, I will not be streaming with Lakari. I will.
But is she gonna keep dating him?
I will continue.
That's crazy that Kick has a permanent ban and Twitch only has a 7-day ban. That's never happened before, right? Usually it's the other way around. Oh, she recently broke up with him. Okay. Okay, thank you for that info. And then Clancy needs 7 days to download it all! That's such a banger comment! She had a 15-minute stream going over it all. She will not associate with him at all. Fair. Nobody wants to
Had that
touch him
stuff
with
on
a
your
10
PC
feet.
or not.
Whoa. No, nobody wants to touch him with a 10-feet pole now. That was a crazy good comment. Yeah, and Lakai posted his apology yesterday. I mean, everybody's dunking on him over it. Oh, that's where that clip came from.
Yeah, I mean, it's really about whether you had that stuff on your PC or not. I mean, I don't think that a lot of people are going to really accept an apology. It's an actual crime. We're transcending internet drama, right? There's internet drama and then there's crimes. And then it needs to be dealt with by the FBI, the police department, or some other type of agency. Like that's 100% what it has to be. No, he's a friend. Yeah, it's what happens, right? But either way, I mean, it feels weird. It does feel very weird, but at the end of the day, I mean, you have to have an investigation for something like this. It's not even a question. It's not even an opinion. It's not even anything other than it just being completely obvious, right? If there is any genuine child sexual abuse material, I want to see a punishment for that. I don't want to see it get rolled over, ignored, or anything else. Like, that's the most important thing to me. Not internet drama, not whether he gets banned or not. No. Like, this could be a potential crime. Like, crimes need to be dealt with not on Twitter, not on LSF, in the law.
Like, in his apology, he kind of just apologized for continuing to stream and downplaying the severity of his situation. Obviously, he won't admit to it, but it felt like he was like circling the topic rather than tackling it. He needs to download it all for his goon material. Yeah, Mr. Dan Clancy, the goon monster.
Very traumatic past with like sexual assault.
That's the girl that posted that tweet about him, his ex-girlfriend. And in the tweet, she showed like this clip where she said that she heard rumors about him back then, so she confronted him and he share screened his hentai folders. He had 3 of them, apparently. And that's where she was like, he's really into NTR and stuff.
Imagine telling your ex that you got diddled as a kid by a family member and then finding out on the World Wide Web that's the sick shit he jerks off to.
Ew.
And now you question every interaction with him, thinking, is he getting off to the ideal? Like I had some really bad like triggers yesterday.
Jesus Christ.
I really, that was a lot for me. And I, you know, like it was a lot for me. Like I just didn't expect it. That's why I was so fucking disgusted and so fucking repulsed. And I was like shaking.
I hate how all of these Twitch streamer clips like just get my YouTube. I don't mind getting demonetized, but these songs get my videos blocked from other countries on top of getting demonetized.
Word dollar plus.
You're fucking crazy.
I hate how all of these clips just like autoplay too.
Days, and then just reiterate once again, like that, you know, you didn't look at all those stuff in that folder. You were only there for the hentai. That was it. And now you are, you know, that's it. I don't fucking know. That would be like the only way out, I think.
Yeah, but I feel like those URLs are really bad. What the fuck?
You don't understand.
I would almost. I think you would have an easier time defending a link that said like underage children, I think you would have an easier time to be like, okay, guys, obviously,
What?
it's a troll. This is not really what this is. You'd have an easier time defending that than nudistfamily.com or whatever the fuck those links were. Those were really bad URLs.
I'm telling you, the worst one in there was the very last one. on the
The
page.
incredibly rare collection.
Ultra rare collection.
Straight
Like,
from
bro.
the FBI vault. Oh my god.
Dude, if you're ever gooning and you're landing on a page and it says rare,
Ultra rare.
turn around and stop what you're doing immediately.
No.
Ultra rare. Oh, I fought. Why does it say Lakari takes Dan can't stream jokes advice seriously? I thought this is what the clip would be about. I'm confused.
Say that you have a.
Calculate the new thruster.
If you can.
Come on, oh my god, I'm getting
Make sure that I have it
assaulted by
properly.
sound. Stop.
Like, I don't know, like, maybe
No.
Because I watched a police shooting video that was on YouTube. And I had to bend the knee and say, I'm so sorry, I didn't know to break the rules, to get it reduced to 14 days. To 14 days. And this fucking pedophile, this black pedophile, shares a link that is a fucking disgusting treasure trove of goodies for fucking nonsense, and he gets 7 days. He gets 7.
Wait, why did he have to mention that he was black though? Yeah, I heard that too. Yeah, I heard that too. I don't understand.
Based off of every.
Who was that guy? It's Chud Logic? I don't know why he inserted that in there. Okay. It's in the name? What does Chud even stand for? Why is that the first thing I heard when listen, I don't know what I was getting into when I clicked on some of these clips, not gonna lie, I was just scrolling LSF clips. Yeah, I thought Chud was just for a dude. Oh my god. It's Jover. But yeah, I don't know. Lakari seems pretty cooked. Lakari seems very cooked. There's we can watch some viral videos. I also found some crazy Reddit posts that we can read together. Holy shit. Some of them are wild. But apparently there's a passer demanding 10k from everyone. I've seen 2 videos on very crazy like billionaire pastors in the past 2 days. It's making me lose hope in humanity, honestly. One of them was like traveling in private jets. You know, like I think people who have like faith, it's a very like beautiful thing, right? It can be a very beautiful thing. But then there's some other people that kind of like just desecrate the whole experience with their greed. I'm going to jail. And that one is famous. Is it the one with the Dior jacket that like travels everywhere with in private jets? I've seen one where they lock people inside a church until they donate. I've seen that one! That's the one I've seen. It's that guy. Yes. Yes. And apparently, there was a flood, and this guy has this big ass church mansion, and a lot of people were asking to be let in, and he wouldn't let them in. Okay, well, let's watch this video. Pastor demanding 10K from everyone. Do you guys have 10K laying around? Because I sure as hell don't.
I've talked about this a handful of times and made quite a few videos covering this topic, but one of my biggest gear grinders or ass greasers, whatever you want to call it, is these fraudulent pastors exploiting people's faith for their own financial gain. And I'm sure you know exactly what I'm talking about, where a pastor is trying to convince their congregation that they have to...
If I did have 10K, I would buy the Lego Death Star already. How much is the Lego Death Star? The one you're talking about is Joel Osteen?
Give them money in order to save their souls. It's what Jesus wants, pretending that the Lord is speaking through them like a puppet. It's a ventriloquist act, and it's God saying, give all your money. The pastor needs more luxury items. Quick, fork over all the doubloons you can muster. And I think a lot of you know this.
Do you guys know that one of the top earning channels on YouTube consistently for the past few years has been a channel, it's like a pastor as well? Like they're making bank off of that. What happened to humility?
By now, I've talked about it a bit. I actually got baptized twice. I wanted a second baptism because I was afraid the Lord might have been busy that day. Like, you know, maybe he was AFK and didn't catch the first one, so I gave an encore performance.
Oh, Aquarius 6 is not Joel Osteen, the guy I'm talking about.
With a baptism to make sure God saw it. Spirituality was once an extremely important component of my life, and while I'm not as spiritual as I was back then, this kind of thing is still just heartbreaking to me and just, I believe, downright evil and by all textbook definitions blasphemous, where these pastors will try and convince their congregation to give all their money to them because he's misleading them into thinking that it's God's will. And I know Drewski just made a skit about a mega church and pastors, you know, like on fucking,
that one,
you know, wire displays like it's some kind of old school action movie. They got pyrotechnics going off, monster.
Yeah, he was hanging from the ceiling.
Trucks and shit. It's out of control. They are literally flexing their luxury items on the congregation that is feeding them all of their money to do so. And
yeah, the pastor was flying down on wires, and the comedian made a skit about it, which some people disliked, but then when you looked at the actual footage, none of it was made up. Like, it all actually happened. I just couldn't believe it.
I hate it. Now, I just saw a new, very bold approach from a pastor right here in my own home swamp again, Apopka, Florida, not too far away from Tampa, where Dr. Todd Hall, proudly with his whole chest, was demanding that his congregation give lots and lots of money.
I'm going to challenge 30 people without hook or crook to sow what Overseer Dean sold $200. 5 of you really want to do it and you don't have it, but there's 3 people in here that can give it to them so that they qualify. Here's the hard part of my offering or my request.
Okay.
And I've not done this in probably 20 years ago.
20 days.
But Lord said, I want to make a multi-millionaire out of someone, but they have to sow $10,000.
Hallelujah!
What?
Finally, an opportunity to be a multi-millionaire. God said he just needs a $10,000 upfront payment.
Shut the fuck up. He's saying God wants to make a multi-millionaire to somebody, but they need to give him $10,000 first? That is a scam if I've ever seen one.
That's all. Basically, like in RuneScape, you know, when you go to the Grand Exchange and someone says, I'll double your money, and you give them your money, you always get double in return, right? No one ever gets scammed with that. Oh my god, this is amazing stuff. Now, I couldn't find the original video here where Pastor Hall did this, so I could only find this through All Things Theology's YouTube channel, who was going over how absurd and ridiculous this whole thing was. And it is only going to get more and more unhinged. So he starts with like asking for $200 and then says, haven't done this one in a while, we're gonna dust off an old play in the playbook.
This is such a good comment. It's like the Nigerian prince hack, not hack, but scam, but pastor true.
But the Lord is telling me he wants to make people multi-millionaires. So that means you're going to need to start giving $10,000 right now. Just the way this whole thing is even set up almost feels like it's a parody of this kind of evil, greedy pastor.
Yeah.
He is delivering his sermon in front of a QR code in front of the congregation. And then on the video component, he's got a Venmo link to donate money to him there as well. It's like, this is like less of a church and more of a fucking casino than anything, except at least with a casino, there's maybe a slim chance you make a little bit of money when you leave. Here, you're just giving money to fucking Todd Hall.
Let's keep watching. Let's see what he has to say.
Jesus.
And they have to do that within 90 seconds.
That's right, baby. It's a speed run, so get your accountant on the horn right now. Call up Mima, tell her to flip over the mattress for $10,000. You reach in between the couch cushions. We gotta get it together, and we gotta get it here ASAP in 90 seconds. Otherwise, I'm not gonna be a multi-millionaire.
Bro, he's banking on their FOMO. That's actually evil. That is evil.
Quick, we gotta act now. Find $10,000 fucking dollars and give it to Todd Hall!
If you're gonna do it, get it now, write the check. If you do this, God said, I'm gonna make you a multi.
He's gotta repeat the multi twice.
I wish it was me. No, I'm saying I wish it was me because I got it.
So in other words, I'm not participating in this.
Oh, I love that. He's like, I wish it was me. Well, not because I don't have $10,000. I mean, I got that fucking all day, all night, baby. That's nothing. That is pennies. That's nothing. That's plebeian shit. I got that. The Lord isn't offering this deal to me, so I'm saying I wish it was me, because I mean I could easily fork over $10,000 to be a multi-millionaire that the Lord wants to, bestow upon those who give the $10,000 in the next.
It's so manipulative. Where he's like, I wish I could take this deal, but since I'm the one, doing the message between God and you guys, unfortunately, I can't participate because I could totally fork it out.
90 seconds. I got that kind of money. I've got that kind of money. But now it's up to you guys. There's opportunities for all of you to come, get $10,000 and give it to me, so that way the Lord can make you guys multimillionaires. And I'm jealous. That's what I'm trying to say. It's such an incredible opportunity.
Because money does not have me. At all.
Does it? Not?
I control it. I'm like Cat Williams. He said the reason why I have a lot of it is I give 10% away on a regular basis because it belongs to God. I'm going to play it on next Sunday. You sold that within 90 seconds. It should be less than that. God said, I'm going to show you my face.
90 seconds already.
I'm going to show you who I am. And for the rest of your days, everywhere the sole of your feet shall trod, you shall possess the land. And everything kalasupa, and everything your hand shall touch. Now I'm laughing because he said the money.
Bro, how many ads does he have on his? Like, it's all ads. It's got more fucking promos than my own stream. QR code, Cash App. I don't know what the hell is a Zelly. Text give. Sow your seed. I don't know what's written here, but there's some more dollar signs. That's the biggest QR code I've ever seen in my life, by the way. Code Club at Gamersofts.
Asking them for, I already got the replacement, but they don't trust me.
You don't want God to think you don't trust him, right? So why are you hesitant to give $10,000? Who cares if it's all the money you have to your name? Do you not trust God? Do you not think God's going to make you a multi-millionaire? Or worse yet, do you not trust Pastor Todd Hall, the most trustworthy guy on the planet, an emissary of God, whom communicates directly with the Lord? You're saying you don't trust that guy? Seems like you might burn.
I don't know. I trust God. I trust God. I don't trust humans. All I'm gonna say.
In hell, swine. I hate this shit, man. I'll drop the sarcasm here for a second. It should be pretty obvious that this is completely fucking unacceptable. I think it is downright heretical. And what he is doing, and he is not alone in doing this, is brainwashing his congregation into basically accepting that he is the mouthpiece of the Lord, and whatever he says is law, and they have to follow it. So if he is demanding $200 or $10,000, in this case, both, they are having an obligation to fulfill that for the sake of saving their souls or making sure God knows that they have, this trust in him. Even though
this kind of corruption in churches, it's been happening for thousands of years. But it's also the reason why so many people turn their back on religion. They really do give religion a really bad name. And it sucks. And they're preying on vulnerable people with that. They're preying on their fears, they're preying on their hopes, because they're usually preying on their congregation and their trust.
in reality, that is not what God wants. And what's actually happening here is he is taking that money and pocketing it. I don't think he's giving 10% away, by the way. I don't see that happening. I'd be very surprised based on everything I've learned about Dr. Todd Hall if that was true. But even if it is, it doesn't matter. This is clearly not some kind of
The entire reason for Protestantism. Yeah, I've read a little bit about the beginning of Protestantism. I can't fucking pronounce it in English, because I really like this era of history, and they've made a lot of reforms. They saw big churches with priests back then that lived that lived very richly, like lords, while their congregations were, starving from food. And it created a lot of controversy back then when the crown wanted to reduce all of that, and they took away a lot of these of the gold. They seized a bunch of these churches, and they repatriated all of that money to the crown. And then they made these new ones, or they placed like new pastors, new Protestant pastors. I don't know if you call them pastors, in their stead, that they trusted. And that's why, like, they're always dressed very soberly in black and all of that back then. But I don't know how it's evolved after that. I'm just very curious with the Renaissance era, so I read a bit about it then.
command from God. This wasn't the secret 11th Ten Commandment where you must obey every single tithing request from Dr. Todd Hall's mouth. This is completely fucking unacceptable.
I need 30 of you to get the $200. The person, if you're going to sow the 10,000, you will bring it up to Pastor Rockmore, Bishop, and you will get your release in Jesus' name. Everyone else, get $200. I want you to do it, women, especially who've had a...
And there was a lot of drama, yes. And then the Pope was very mad at the king, but then the king later on needed the Pope to sign off on his divorce on one of his wives, because he was also like tired of one of his wives. So it all came down to politics once again. But yeah, this dude is selling spots in heaven to his congregation.
Difficult moment and get in the center aisle. I will not beg, but I will not stop till there's 30 there as fast as possible.
Now, he hasn't forgot the 200, right? So he asked for the 10,000. Now you got the 200. Spoiler alert, he does ask for 30 as well for the people who can't give 200. So, I mean, they're going to get every financial group.
That's right. He's making sure to get everybody here. $200, $10,000, $30. He is demanding all of it. He says he's not going to beg, but he is. And it's even worse than just normal begging, because this is like turbo begging 2.0. It's begging with a Fortnite skin of a pastor. It's despicable. It's completely despicable. And you can see, everyone gets up out of their chair, they get in a single file line, just as he's telling them to do, in order to give a ton of money. Money which, I imagine, quite a few of them can't afford to be giving up willy-nilly like this, especially with how expensive things are getting.
Yeah.
Yet, here he is, demanding more and more.
He's selling Christ loot boxes. No! Yes, he said he's wearing a Fortnite pastor skin.
And more and more. While he himself is doing very well financially, and he's not even afraid to let the congregation know that, letting them know, like, hey, I got it. If it was $10,000 and this offer was for me too, I'd be taking part in it, instantaneously, because I got it.
Hurry in Jesus' name. You that are watching by social media, you are involved.
I gotta give it to Charlie. The way he expresses himself is really funny. Like, I think he makes all of these jokes on the spot, by the way. Like, he doesn't have any script or anything.
Involved as well.
Oh, you in this too?
Somebody shout hallelujah. I hear the person, in order for me to get this 10,000, I got to go to a special account. I don't care where you got to go.
When I heard him say that, I had the same reaction as he did. What? And then just giggling. He is not even pretending to be like a good guy here. He is even calling someone out who apparently had made a mention about needing to do, something special with the account for it. And he said, I don't care what you got to do.
Dude, bro, he reminds me more of a content creator than a pastor. I feel like he's hustling so hard, and even like VTubers or even, bro, he's begging more than lolcows. DSP. I've seen DSP beg less than that.
You get me that $10,000. Todd Hall is more akin to a drug dealer than a pastor. It's crazy how more people don't see through it, but I also understand how it gets to that point. When you grow up in an environment where maybe this kind of behavior is normalized, it becomes extremely hard to break that perception where, pastor's always right. If the pastor is demanding $10,000, well, it's for the good of not only the church, but myself too, so that way the Lord knows I have this faith and this trust in the Lord, and he's...
Yeah, and he doesn't even do ASMR, this guy. But I wonder how high like pastors rank on the trustworthiness scale. You know how there's these studies sometimes where like people would say that doctors rank really high on the trust, like you trust what your doctor tells you when he gives you a consensus on your health. You're gonna follow this. I wonder if pastors like rank like high as well.
Chosen Pastor Hall to convey his message and his will to us. So who am I to question it? I will just give this money that I know I don't have and can't afford.
I would never go to a mega church. I feel like the point of a church is, the community, if you like the sermon, but I just don't see the point of this. Like, I'm not going to a concert. Like, how do you even connect with people on a deeper level when everything's so big and extravagant and money oriented?
Afford to give, I'll just give it all anyway, so that way it's very clear to God how much I love him. It's so sad to see that exploited. It is so heartbreaking. I genuinely feel terrible for everyone in that church that is now giving hundreds of dollars, thousands of dollars here, thinking that what they're doing is righteous because they're told that it is. But what they're actually doing is just lining the pockets of a very evil, greedy man. He is standing in front of a fucking QR code delivering this sermon.
Yeah.
He has a Venmo link that takes up the majority of the screen on the video. It should be very clear that this pastor doesn't care about the Word of God or the Holy Scripture or anything like that. He is in this for one reason and one reason only. At least I think it's pretty clear, at least based on all this evidence, and it's money. He is here to shake people down for their fucking money like a schoolyard bully. It is so infuriating. It drives me up the fucking wall, man. It really does.
Now, when I used to be...
Yeah, this is exactly why I practice my faith by myself. The Bible never says explicitly we must go to congregate together, in this case to a church every week. This is how I feel. I think that everybody can communicate with God if they're spiritual by themselves. Like it's in your heart, it's inside you. You don't need anybody else to transmit the message for you. It doesn't need to go through a filter. You can go if you like, there's like some kind of mysticism environment when you step into a church. The music, the people, everybody's like praying. It's very internal. It's not loud like this, at least not the ones I've experienced. It can be a beautiful experience. It can be elevating, and it's kind of like meditation in a way, where being in an environment that's purpose to making your sense more acute, it can help you. But if you can do that at home, that's fine too. I would never trust somebody that tells me that I need to show up and I need to give them money to get X, Y, or Z. That's all stuff that human added. Yeah, I love visiting old church. I think the architecture is beautiful. I think the art is beautiful.
Prophet Hawley, I pull off my shoes, I would call the account number. I'm not going to do that. What? This has to be according to your faith. Please, y'all, stand closer so others can stand behind you.
Hold on.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, when we go to church, we always give money, like a, what do you call it? Alimony? Alimony? Is that what you call it? You know, they would pass the basket around and you put like a bill in there or some, it's called tithing? Really? Okay, I don't know what it's called. I just said a random word. That's what it's called in English? Okay, I have no clue. Tights. It kind of reminds me when we were in Japan and we visited, like, TBH, you only had to give money like once, and it was optional. You gave it because you wanted to. We were never pressured to, and you gave whatever you could. Okay. But when we went to Japan, we went to we visited like 5 temples in a day once, and every single thing, like, you have to pay to enter, obviously, because, you know, they need the money from tourists to keep the places afloat. These are very old temples and they require reparations and all of that. But then every time if you want to pray, you also put money. If you want to light a candle, obviously you have to pay money. That's the same everywhere. Same with incense and all of that. But we were joking that we were being farmed. We were being farmed by the gods. By the end of the day, we had spent all of our money. All of our money that day. Yeah, my chat is combined. I see you guys' Twitch chats.
He's not even trying to hide how big of a scumbag he is. He's just being bold and brash with it here about how much of an asshole this guy is. I actually cannot believe it. I had to yap about this a little bit. I don't think I need to yap about it further. I think you get what's going on here, and it sucks. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah.
Yeah, they do have the gift shop. I also bought like a little like Lucky Charm pouch at one of the temple I went to with Nuzagi. Clearly overpriced because it was like a very touristic place in the middle of Shinjuku. No. It was in the middle of Harajuku. So even more expensive district. But you know, you're there, you're like, oh, it's part of the experience. I'm only ever gonna be there once, so might as well. In the US, it's called the prosperity gospel. It purports people who are wealthy is a sign of God's grace on earth, and therefore the more faithful, the richer you get. It's horrid shit. That is that's funny because that's a line from Narcos. Yeah, selling charm is at least a neat souvenir. I still have it. I haven't hanged on my phone. Alright, do you guys want to watch another video? Or do you want to see these 2 Reddit posts I found? I want my money going to not well-known temples so they don't go into disrepair. I went to this beautiful temple that had a tree that was like 1,000 years old. It was a little bit further away in the mountains from Kyoto. It was amazing. I highly recommend that one. It was one of the most beautiful experiences I've ever had. Like, I almost cried in it. Okay, so, all right, this is crazy. My 29 female girlfriend. Wait, let me turn back the music. My 29 female girlfriend and oh wait, I think there's 2 girls. My 29 female girlfriend, 27 female of 4 years just told me that she's pregnant. I'm a woman, so it can't be mine. But she swears she didn't cheat. What do I do? What? Did she get a visit from the Holy Spirit? Do we believe her, chat? Do we believe her girlfriend? I'm still in shock, so bear with me. My life feels like a soap opera right now. Apologies, this will probably be long. Yeah, it was an immaculate conception. Here's some background. My girlfriend Anna and I have been together for 4 years with intentions of getting engaged sometime this year. To clarify, we are 2 women in a relationship. I'm a lesbian, always have been, but Anna is bisexual and has had serious relationships with men in the past. This has never been an issue for us because we love each other and have a healthy and stable relationship. Now, as you can imagine, I'm second-guessing everything. What went down? In the last month, Anna had been complaining about putting on weight, particularly in her stomach area. Anna is thin and athletic, so the little belly she developed is noticeable. She has been going to the gym more and started eating much healthier than she usually does. We didn't notice any improvements with her weight loss, but I told her that it takes time, that she will eventually lose weight. Pregnancy never ever crossed my mind, for obvious reasons. Last week, she really started freaking out about her weight gain, so she scheduled a doctor appointment. She had the appointment yesterday afternoon, and afterwards called me at work and told me that we needed to talk. I could tell she had been crying. I'm freaking out at this point, thinking that she is terminally ill or something. I started tearing up, asking her to tell me what's wrong, but she insists on meeting at home. Oh my fucking god. I leave work immediately and get home to see her sitting on the couch, her face puffy from crying. I'm shaking and tears are streaming down my face. Ask her about the doctor appointment and what is going on. She can barely get the words out through her sobs. She tells me that she went to a doctor and that they told that she is 13 weeks pregnant. I stopped crying, but my brain is trying to comprehend what she just told me. All I could say was, "What?" over and over. She is still sobbing, saying she is confused and she has no idea how this happened. I've never really seen her in a state like that. She seems genuinely upset and confused, but then again, so am I. As I started registering what was going on, I asked, "Did you sleep with someone?" And she only starts crying more, swearing on her life that she didn't sleep with anyone. So I'm like, "But you did. You're pregnant. There is no way that you didn't cheat on me." To which she replies, "I have no fucking clue how this happened, but I swear to God I didn't sleep with anyone. You have to believe me." We go back and forth for 30 minutes or so, both of us still confused. I told her that I needed to think, so I called a friend and spent last night at his house. I've been talking with friends and everyone is confused but agreeing that Anna must have cheated on me. I mean, that's the conclusion where I'm at. This is scientifically impossible. I keep playing over our conversation in my head though, like if she knew that she had slept with a guy and that she could be pregnant, why would she go to a doctor? Why wouldn't she just have gotten an abortion secretly? She could have used Plan B pill just in case, and she could have gotten away with it. Maybe I'm being foolish here, but it generally seemed like she had no idea why she was gaining the weight in her stomach. A couple nights we talked at length about possibilities, why she was gaining weight just in that region, and pregnancy never crossed our mind. Yeah, my other theory was like maybe, you know, she went out and she got like date drugged and, you know, raped maybe, and she has no recollection of it. But that's also super far-fetched because you would remember a night where you blacked out. I feel like I'm driving myself crazy, and I feel like I can't trust her. She's been texting me asking if we can talk, and I told her that I needed more time. I want to believe that she's telling me the truth, but I can't think of any reason how she could be pregnant without having slept with some guy, but it's also confusing given the situation. So Reddit, what are your thoughts? Does my girlfriend have a case of lesbian immaculate conception? Or am I being fooled for doubting that she cheated on me? How do I handle the situation? And how do I talk to her? Everything feels very confusing right now. Thanks in advance for reading. Relevant comment. I think you know the right answer here. You just don't magically get pregnant. Yes, she could have hidden it and secretly gotten an abortion, but she's in all likelihood didn't think anything of it until it was too late. Maybe they used a condom and it broke, or he pulled out or something and she was convinced it couldn't be a pregnancy and just didn't want to believe it. Denial is extremely powerful. Some people will deny it till the day they die, but she's in a relationship with you, a woman, and she's pregnant. This isn't one you can deny. Logic says she may as well come clean, but good luck with that. Oh wait, she did a follow-up post. Maybe the answer is that she cheated is obvious here, but it's difficult to explain to a bunch of strangers just how upset she was when she told me. I can't expect internet strangers to know the intimacies of our relationship. But I would not be posting here if I didn't think there was a slight chance that she actually was telling the truth. There was an update on November 2015. Okay, this is from 10 years ago. These are like the top Reddit posts. So, a lot has happened since the original post. Thank you for everyone that responded with helpful comment. It seems like most people came to 3 possible conclusions with Anna's pregnancy. 1, she cheated on me and got pregnant. 2, she was the victim of a drugging scenario and doesn't remember anything. 3, the doctor is wrong. Yeah, I guess we didn't think of that option. It could be that it was a misdiagnosis. In retrospect, would be excellent #NTR. All we need now is an email and video footage sent to the partner. Oh, you NTR lover. Okay. After spending the night at my friend's house and ignoring Anna's calls and texts, I decided to see her the next day to talk. We made a plan to meet at our house after work. I wasn't sure what to expect from our conversation. I thought I might get a confession of her cheating on me or something along those lines. So, we met at home. She asked me how I was doing, and I told her that I was still pretty confused and upset. She understood. Then I said, I have to know. Did you sleep with someone or cheat on me or come near sperm in any way, shape, or form since we have been together? She swore up and down that she did not. Very sincerely, she said, I know this is fucking crazy and literally unbelievable, but I swear to God I didn't cheat on you and I'm just as confused as you are. I still wasn't entirely convinced, so I asked her about the doctor's visit specifically. She did not get an ultrasound. They only took a urine sample. I guess she told them her symptoms. They took her urine sample, concluded she was pregnant, and sent her on her way. I asked her why they gave her a specific gestation period, and she didn't know. I'm not entirely sure why they did either. Of course, I was like, did they tell the doctor that it's impossible that you're pregnant, that you've been with a woman for the last 4 years, and the doctor gave her grief for it? Essentially implied that she must have slept with a man because she is pregnant, and that's why she's experiencing her symptom. I'm not sure if this is common occurrence for a doctor, but she said, and he seemed completely unfazed by her claims of not having slept with a man. For those of you that mentioned her period, Anna had irregular periods. Sometimes she gets it, sometimes she doesn't, so there was no cause for alarm when she didn't get her period for 3 months because A, she can't get pregnant, and B, more sex for us. I guess the doctor saw the signs of a positive pregnancy test and like a period, and pregnancy was the most reasonable option. After hearing about that, I said that she should schedule another doctor's appointment with a different doctor as soon as possible. She told me that she had the appointment the next day, yesterday. We decided it was best that I go with her to the appointment. The first order of business with the new doctor was the ultrasound. I sat with Anna as they put the gel on her stomach, and I was honestly sweating bullets. I kept thinking to myself, what if she is actually pregnant? I thought I was going to pass out, but Anna seemed calm. They confirmed that Anna's not pregnant, but she had a mass on her ovary that was a cause for concern. It was one of the most emotionally confusing moments of my life. What? Bro, it's like, do you feel relief from that? Or, like, you feel relief, but you're probably also worried. Anna and I looked at each other, not sure if we should celebrate the not pregnancy or cry or what. That's worse, right? Anna still has more appointments, but the new doctor gave her the diagnosis of stage 1 ovarian cancer. This explains the positive pregnancy test. Does it? Does ovarian cancer make your urine test, like, come back positive? And a bloated stomach. This also explains why she wasn't able to lose the weight in her stomach. Yo! That is fucked that the first doctor, like, didn't even... Doctors are like that, though. They like brush you off a lot. Because they're like, sorry, 15 minutes per patient. Cancer and tumor often get misdiagnosed. Is that true? Okay, I take it back. The prior super aged terribly in those 10 minutes. I mean, this is plot twist after plot twist. Okay, so the doctor also mentioned that the irregular periods should have been a sign of concern for Anna, as women with irregular periods can be more at risk for ovarian cancer. I'm devastated and hopeful. Anna is still in shock, as she has been through a lot in the past couple of days. This went from bad to worse for Anna, though. I am supporting her the best I can, and we are figuring out a game plan. Naturally, we are both terrified of what's to come. This will be a huge part of her life and my life, and probably put our plans to get engaged / married / have kids on hold, if she can even have kids after all of this. Anna even joked about the fact that she wishes she had actually been pregnant with the Messiah. That way we could keep the kid and not have this horrible diagnosis. So I guess this is a happy / sad update. Thanks to everyone for reading. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. So this post is probably real. Yeah, the first doctor did not do their due diligence. I'm here. I had to speed 150 mph to get here. I hope there was nobody else in your car. Yeah, I think this is why you should always get a second doctor's opinion. I agree. Are ovarian cancer, like, difficult to battle? Is it, like, a very tough cancer? Last super chat, code touch grass. Thank you for the super chat. She might still have to remove an ovary, but not all of them, maybe. Stage 1's fine. It's stage 4 you want to worry about. Wait, do you only have one ovary or many? I thought it was ovaries. It has the ability to spread across all the reproductive organs and the rest of the body. Oh, 2. Oh, that's why it's plural. True, it would be fucked if they broke up because of what the doctor said, and that she had to deal with the cancer on her own. Horses have 13 ovaries? Doctors probably hear that's impossible and they tell people they're pregnant a lot. Maybe. We should ask Ao, he's a doctor. Wow, we are learning a lot in this Reddit post. 9 plugs and 13 ovaries, that's crazy, chat. Okay, stage 1 cancer are usually treated well. Phew. Anatomy with free my even star. Learning anatomy with free my even star. Oh, so now that the moment cancer is mentioned, suddenly the it's fake, it's ChatGPT gets thrown out of the door. Hi, this was posted in 2015. That was before ChatGPT. I've always believed it was real because I wanted to believe that it was real, okay? Because being it fake makes the story not as fun to read, okay? But now that she's got cancer, it's kind of making me feel bad about thinking that. It could be creative writing, that's true. It was like a really well-written post. Alright, there's another one. What I still can't believe is that you gently asked there's more than one ovary in the body. We're not gonna talk about that anymore. We're forgetting about that. We're memory holding it. My mom had a non-genetic pancreatic cancer. It took a lot longer than it should for her. I miss her. She passed last year. Oh my god, my condolences. Pancreatic cancer is very, very difficult. It must have been very difficult. Yeah, my uncle also had a very tough cancer. When they diagnosed him, they gave him 6 months to live. Isn't that crazy? But he lasted an entire year instead. He wrote... He lasted longer than he should have because he wanted to write a book for us to leave as his legacy with all the stuff he's learned in his life. We got 2 years. They gave us 4 months. Oh my god, your mom's a trooper. She lasted so much longer than they gave her. Okay. I don't know how to say this. Ayo, my BF secretly trolls women online and gave me the biggest ick. I feel like this is an acronym for something. Original post was recent. January 4, 2026. Oh, it's am I overreacting? That's what it stands for. Okay, thank you. Okay, new account because I don't use Reddit and it's my first time posting. I, 25 female, have been with my boyfriend, 26 male, for 3 years and we live together. Overall, he's always been sweet, funny, and kind. We argue sometimes, but nothing serious. So hang on tight to your seat because this one has an insane amount of crazy plot twist, okay? He always told me he doesn't really use social media, just Snapchat, or so I thought. Last night, we were smoking and hanging out when he went to the gas station. While he was gone, I kept hearing a weird vibration / dinging noise. Eventually, I realized it was coming from under our dresser. I pulled out an iPad I had never seen before. It was covered in stickers from his video games and the wallpaper was a picture of our dog. So it was clearly his. I had no idea he even owned an iPad. Once I got in, I saw non-stop notifications from Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Reddit, YouTube. Literally everything. All the accounts were anonymous / spam looking, but they were all tied to his email. I started opening the notification. I was honestly disgusted. He was commenting on women's body, saying they needed more makeup, body shaming them, leaving hateful comments on YouTube, and trolling people on Reddit with fake cringe stories. On Twitter and Instagram, he was constantly insulting people for no reason. But nothing prepared me for what I found next. I like to game and livestream with friends a few times a week just for fun. For the past year, there has been this one account that always drains our stream and says the most racist and vile things, telling us we need more makeup, should dress sexier, insulting our looks, and sending us awful messages about how nobody would want to watch us looking like that. It got so bad. I feel like we kind of know where this is going now. It got so bad that when we block the account, they would just make new ones. We eventually stopped streaming 6 months ago because of it. I almost filed a police report at one point. I realized last night it was my boyfriend. He has been trolling me and my friends the entire time. This wasn't just popping in and leaving. He would stay the entire live stream saying horrible personal things about us. I generally don't understand why someone would do this to their girlfriend. I thought our relationship was good. I haven't told him yet. I've been at my friend's house all day because I can't even look at him without feeling sick. Am I overreacting if I break up with him over this? Well, I feel like the answer is obvious. Why do you need Reddit for that? Yeah, I'm not already like half, you know, I think my character is just pretty sexy. My friend thinks feeling a restraining order is over the top and can ruin his career. Well, I don't think we need a restraining order. Maybe if he continues to harass her after they've broken up, she could consider it. For context, I'm a black woman, and no, I'm not a stay-at-home. I do have a job that's part-time while still doing school. My boyfriend is biracial, Mexican, white. What does that have to do with this? With anything? My boyfriend's a full-time worker at a really nice, known paid job. Before we dated, we had known each other since my freshman year of high school. I did take his iPad with me to my friend's house. Well, then he's gonna know she knows, though. We did more digging and found some other stuff that I have documented to take pictures of before the end of the day. I plan on returning the iPad back to where it was, but I do not think I could fake the relationship or leave quietly. Honestly, I think it's best if I just drop everything, leave, and make the police report. Also, I do plan on leaving him, but is the restraining and police report too far? That is crazy. That's why she needs to ditch him ASAP. Is there more? Oh, she made an update on January 17th. That was like a few days ago. A week ago. But I'm wondering why, like, it's crazy that she said that he seemed very nice, like they were, like, they've been living together for 3 years. She never had any red flags. He's a sweet, funny, and kind guy. Is he like Golem? Does he have like 2 personalities? One where he's like a demon, and the other one where he's like this sweet, innocent Golem? First, I want to thank everyone who commented and messaged me with advice. I really didn't expect my original post to blow up so fast, and I appreciate the support more than I can explain. Before the update, I want to clarify a few things people kept asking about. After I took the iPad to my friend's house, we found even more than I originally mentioned. He had an active Tinder and Bumble accounts and had been cheating on me. As for the Reddit account, he wasn't asking for advice or posting about his own problems. He was posting fake sexual stories and fantasies across different not safe for work subreddits. Also, no, he does not work around women. His job is a very male-dominated environment. Now, on to what happened next. As you probably guessed, he realized I had the iPad before the end of his workday. Oh, I called that. He started texting me asking if I was okay, if something was wrong, acting overly normal. I acted nonchalant and didn't confront him yet. 2 hours after he would have been home from work, after he completely spiraled, he started blowing up my phone, accusing me of stealing his iPad, demanding I bring back his property, and saying he knew I had it because I'd been changing passwords and profile pictures. I stayed the night at my friend's house. At that point, his reaction told me everything he didn't care about what he'd done, just that he'd been exposed. The next day, I went back to the apartment with 3 friends who waited in the hallway. As soon as I walked in, he started apologizing, but only for cheating. That's when I realized he still didn't know that I knew about the trolling. There was a girl he'd been talking to on Snapchat and seeing from Tinder. I had already messaged her to let her know he had a long-term girlfriend and had been lying. She had contacted him while he was at work, so he assumed that was the only reason I was leaving. I told him cheating was unforgivable and that I was done. While I packed my things, he had the audacity to tell me that when I was ready to deal with my insecurities and apologize, the door would be open. Bitch, the fuck? I was so fucking pissed, but I wasn't in the headspace to argue, so I just grabbed my shit and left. Later, my friends and I decided to go live just to see what would happen. Almost immediately, the same troll account joined the stream and started talking trash. We laughed and said out loud that we knew it was him. The account left right away. After 10 minutes later, he texted and called me from an unknown number, yelling and calling me names, accusing me of harassment and making serious accusations. After I sent him the link to my Reddit post. Whoa. I left staying with a friend the next morning. I decided to go to my apartment to talk to him. When I finally confronted him about the trolling, he broke down crying and admitted that he did. He told me he'd gained some weight, felt insecure, and wanted to knock me down a few notches because after therapy and recovering from a knee injury, I'd gained my confidence again. He said I was acting like hot shit and needed to be reminded that we were in the same league and to chill the fuck out because he'd find any girl that looks like me, if not better. Jesus, this guy is mentally ill. Wow, cheating. I wouldn't know anything about that. I have to be on these Reddit stories somewhere. You know, Charlie, sometimes if people come into the stream and they read your super chats, they won't really get your inside jokes. They're just gonna think you're actually a cheater. With help from my family, I was able to pay to get my names off the lease. I'm now staying with a friend. He has already moved in the girl from Tinder, who's 19. What the fuck? That's where things stand. Everything is documented. I'm no longer living with him, and I'm moving on. Thank you again for all the advice. Wish I could say this was a huge, exciting ending, but there you have it. And I'm still gonna try to go for the restraining order, but the police literally called this a ridiculous situation, so we're choosing to let bygones be bygones. Elfin viewer Lamau. The beautiful thing about Reddit stories is that you don't have to get emotionally attached to them. You can just go, oh. I think she was wondering, she was mainly asking about the police record, which probably not enough, unless he tries to be in contact after. Seems like he didn't though. I have. Are you leaving, Chief? I still have a few more things to. Bye bye. Alright, I think I'm gonna rest my voice a little bit and we can watch a video because the Invisaligns is making my voice pretty dry. So we have the $1 billion Coca-Cola machine. We've got some videos on AI. Oh. I don't have braces, it's Invisalign. There's a few history videos on Canadians. Is that like braces? Not really, because you can take them off. It's only for like 6 months. Let's learn about AI. Let's get even more depressed with AI stuff and frustrated. The AI tax has started. I do have some water. I'll drink some.
The RAM and computer hardware shortage? Bro, not gonna parade your rock, but didn't I say this exact thing? This is not a great website, but...
Yeah, Gigi got Invisaligns at the exact same time as me. They're not removable braces, assholes. Atriarch does know a lot about AI. Oh my god, that's diabolical. We never saw Gigi and Rima in the same room together. That is true.
Thoughts on the RAM and computer hardware shortage? Bro, not gonna parade your rock, but didn't I say this exact thing? This is not a great website, but there's articles everywhere. NVIDIA plans heavy cuts to GPU supply. Somebody find the clip. Somebody cut this together. Clip together me saying, you know what NVIDIA wants to do is cut GPU supply production because they want to use all the time at TSMC for AI chips. If NVIDIA had their way, they wouldn't make a single graphics card for gamers anymore.
Wow.
Because you only have so much space at TSMC foundries in Taiwan to make things. So they only want to use all of that to make the really high-end, corporate-focused stuff. And so Micron is just doing that. Micron doesn't care. They're not making any more consumer stuff, and they're focusing on enterprise consumers. I said this for
everybody's racing to like grab the AI market.
Verbatim, and then it was trending on Reddit today. They announced.
What should I do if I need to buy RAM at some point? Like my computer is running out of RAM. You know that VTube Studio and all these VTuber stuff. Like you need so much RAM to run all of that. Should I just buy it now, or will it drop later? Is it gonna keep on going up? It's fucked. Download more RAM. You guys make that joke every single time. I hate you.
This is 100% gonna happen because. Oh, by the way, okay, I have to crash out a little bit here about one thing. I'm seeing all these posts on Twitter, like straight conspiracy-brained freaks that are like, you know what? The reason they are making prices go up on memory is so they can get us all on cloud computers and we'll never be able to build PCs again. It's like, bro, it's just that AI data centers are buying it all up. The prices are just expensive. It's not there's not a...
Or wait till the bubble bursts this year. Hopefully. Ram Donaton, thank you so much for the 7 months. Thank you.
A fucking dark room, and then these things have 20,000 likes and shit. And I want to show you some examples of what I've been seeing on social media to explain the rise in RAM prices. So look, very, very, very brief primer. DRAM, dynamic random access memory. It's like the main source of memory in a computer, in a smartphone, in a tablet, in servers, in everything, okay? It's the type of memory that has like the slush memory, the live stuff you're doing. When the power of the machine turns off, this memory is wiped. So it's not like a solid state drive, okay? It's just really important for almost all computing we use in our daily lives. You don't need to know much more than that. The main idea is that's what it is. And it's made by a few key players. In the industry, we'd call them D3. Micron, SK Hynix, and Samsung are the triopoly of memory. And they make all the memory. They have the entire market share. Others are 5%. So these three combine, if they don't make the memory, you're not getting it. And they
So what, SK, Samsung, and Micron, they're the one making these chips?
sort of split up the market, and some of them take different segments and different price points, but it's all competing between them.
Are they all... Where are these companies based?
And they have very close relations, I have to be honest with you. So sometimes they collude a little bit more than you'd expect. But okay, there's these three, and they all make it. They all follow similar trends. So if you go to this recent rise in memory prices, and you look on social...
Oh no, there's some of the turbos in Korea. And Micron left the consumer RAM space. We're fucked. Oh, Hynix is Chinese, Samsung Korean, and Micron is US. BTS is cornering the market. You guys are so dumb.
social media, especially among gamers, they are saying things like this. They are slowly phasing out consumer-grade PC parts in an effort to make owning your own hardware unaffordable. So in the future, you'll no longer be able to self-host your own content in offline AI. Start hoarding hard drives like your life depends on it, and download anything you can before it's too late.
Maybe that's the advice Lakari took when he downloaded his 3 terabytes of hentai.
This is in response to Samsung cutting some of their production. This had 36,000 likes. Then, oh, I get it. They're going to use the RAM shortages as the justification to push thin client computers onto consumers and make people dependent on cloud computing subscription services finally. Ah, this conspiracy. And Doge employee 121 nails it out plainly. They saw PewDiePie showcased to a ton of young men to build internal servers and home systems. The powers that be saw PewDiePie self-hosting AI on his own machine and said, we can't let this get out. We can't let people at home do this. We need to create a fake crisis to drive up the price of RAM. So you're forced onto cloud computing. This is a possible theory. I'm going to present an alternative one.
So Microsoft is the one funding ChatGPT, right?
Little more setup. If you are in the market for DRAM, for a laptop or for a PC build, the cheapest and most reliable consumer grade one, the old reliable of PC builds, was often made by Micron in their brand Crucial. Generally, it was considered to be a low-cost, reliable memory that you could buy for what you were creating. This was recently discontinued. They completely exited this business. They are no longer making this low-cost DRAM for regular consumers. And the reasoning could be the PewDiePie thing. It could be a great conspiracy, but I think maybe it's another way. The comments on this were understandably outraged. People go, us consumer peasants are going to have to scrounge for parts in the data center scrapyard pretty soon. Guess selling consumer products wasn't that crucial for their bottom line. +2. And Micron is saying that the memory shortage that allowed this to be a problem, that made them fucking cancel this, will extend beyond 2026. So as far as they can tell, this is not gonna abet anytime soon. But I think the reasoning behind this actually goes back to a thing that has been a core focal point for a lot of problems we've had financially and business-wise recently. Maybe you remember it? It was called COVID.
Honestly, he explains and builds this segment so cleanly for a live stream. Like when I'm live streaming, I'm like, and then maybe, but he's like just chaining all of this together. There's like little edits too.
The real truth of the matter is, at the beginning of COVID, there was also a shortage of memory because everybody was stuck at home and we started buying more things that use memory, whether it was graphics cards, whether it was tablets, whether it was smartphones, whether it was servers, whether it was anything. And there was a shortage of memory. The world went to a circuit shortage. And so in response, these three companies said, okay, there's so much demand and this demand's going to last forever. What if we all team up and increase production. So in 2021, all three of the big players ramped up memory production. And you know what happened? They instantly had a glut. They instantly made way too much. They made so much fucking memory, you could get it all for very, very cheap. So everybody back then...
God damn it. First, I missed out on the low houses when the low price of houses, and then I missed out on the low price of memory and RAM, and then I also missed out on the low cover corp stock. Does my bad luck ever end?
And was like, oh man, memory prices are so fucking great, I can buy whatever I need for my build. There was an oversupply. All their stock started to tank. All three of their stocks started to tank because they made so much memory they couldn't sell it for anything. They had to dump it on the market for super cheap. And so they had an oversupply problem. So to respond, let's just follow the cycle here real quick. There's not enough supply, so they build more. So there's too much supply, so they make less. All three of them start cutting CapEx, which is capital expenditures. It means building on factories and what you do to supply, okay? So they cut CapEx in half. Micron, I'm going to supply fewer chips in 2023. Fresh CapEx cuts. Samsung cuts chip production after profits plunge 96%. So they all cut their ability to make new memory. They shut down factories. Again, this is a bit of collusion, as in they all collectively agreed, hey, we're making no fucking money. If we all choose to cut back at the same time, we can get back to a bit of a supply crunch and make money again. So they cut. And then right at the bottom of their production capabilities, when they're like, okay, well, demand won't be that high. We're fine. We don't need to have a lot of factories. Right then, enter Sam Altman.
No!
The man with the 500...
Bro, they grief after grief after grief. They played everything wrong.
$100 billion checkbook. So right as that they're least capable of ramping things up, the most massive demand for memory in human history appears. Most of it from this one guy who does not mind making huge promises with money he doesn't have. He has no problem with that. It's his greatest ability. So Sam Altman walks up to Samsung and Micron and SK Hynix and says, hey, you know the memory chips you make? We want to buy all of them. October 1st of this year, he says we want to buy basically every chip you make. 900,000 wafers per month. 900,000 wafers a month. Now, if you do the math on this, this is 40% of the global memory output that he bought in October. What? Just him, just one guy. Not all of AI, not every company, just one guy wants to buy 40% of all the memory produced in the world. 900,000 wafers a month. So the price of DDR...
Okay, well, so this is the guy we need to get rid of. I feel like there's a pretty simple solution. Welcome to the cute squad, Luca Bomba 32. Thank you. I was joking, by the way. He's getting funded by them with a big T.
5 memory spikes instantly. On October 1st, when this first happened, the price of one DRAM unit was $684, okay? 90 days later, it's $27 a unit. That is a 400% increase in 3 months. Maybe it's per gigabyte. I think it's per chip. I think it's per chip, though. I mean, either per wafer or per chip. So $684 per chip, 90 days later, 400% increase. And all of a sudden, again, we're 90 days after that, we are seeing the AI frenzy drive memory chip supply crisis. Because not only has Sam Altman bought 40%.
Okay, so this was in December, it's a month ago.
But every other AI demand data center, that's not even him, maybe it's Oracle, maybe it's anyone else, are buying it up like crazy. Now, you might be thinking, okay, well, why not just sell it to me? Why sell it to Sam Altman? Because an AI chip has an 80% margin. When they take the AI memory and they package it up as like made for AI, they can jack up the price 80% more than it costs. But if they do it for you, the max they can get is about a 30% price increase. That's the margin. So they obviously are going to go for the primo one, and they can sell it all to one supplier in one big chunk rather than having to like market it and compete with everybody on Tom's Hardware or whatever to try and get your dollar.
Yeah, I mean, I get why it makes sense from a business standpoint, but it sucks. Yeah, greed and corruption. You know how I feel like the world is lately? I feel like there's all these big players, these influential people, these CEOs from these big companies, these millionaires that are making like all the big decisions. Like these big players, there's like I wouldn't say a handful because there's more than 5, but there's not that many of them compared to the rest of the world. They're just making all the decisions without us included at the table, and we're just out there drifting left and right with whatever decisions they're making for us, and we have no say in it. We all we can do is watch this happen and feel helpless and useless and hopeless. Like,
They can just sell it directly to one big business that doesn't even care about the cost. So that is the real reason we are seeing Micron and other companies exit the consumer business. They have to make a choice. They have a limited amount of DRAM they can make. And if they sell it to you, they make less money. If they sell it to AI.
but what you can do is use code CLUB for 10% off all GamerSub supplies and get your free samples. Thank you, Ao.
They make more money. And there's so much demand and they have so few factories. Again, we're at this point. They cannot spin up new factories quickly. So they can't do both. They have to make a choice and they're choosing AI. However, we're only beginning to see the effects of this. So laptop prices are going up. That's already happening. Smartphone prices are going to go up 7% next year because of the memory shortage. NVIDIA, as we mentioned, is cutting GPU supply because they would rather use the memory on the AI data centers. And all of this is amounting to, I think, a very real example of a regular consumer getting what you might call an AI tax. Now, look, there's some, I'm not like an AI all negative, all positive guy. We've had a very nuanced discussion on this on Lemonade Stand many times. I think there's some good things that'll come from it, and there's some bad things. I think what AI optimists or ooh-rah-rah AI guys don't seem to recognize is that for the average person, their lived experience is that it's making things around them more expensive and worse. It's like electricity prices are up. The memory they use for things they actually like smartphones, tablets, gaming consoles, laptops, are more expensive. And so this tax is a real thing that is filtering out. They're not just seeing the upside, they're seeing real material price increase downsides. And they are competing with a guy that does not care about the reality of money. If they were having a real bidding contest with a company that actually wanted to spend real money, the reality of the situation would probably make them have to bring down the price of the AI chip and make it more competitive with the consumer. But Sam Altman does not care about reality when it comes to money. He just promises.
Yeah, but if he's spending more, there's like, there was an article saying it was ChatGPT, I believe, that they're like $50 million in the negative, or was it billions? But the investors keep giving them money. They don't really care. They just want to buy all the market share. They're investing for the future. As long as he has investors that are willing to give him money for this, he's going to keep going. It was billions. It was 50 billion. That's crazy. So what happens if the AI bubble burst? Like, what would happen if the AI bubble would burst? We're not going to go back. We're not going to roll back the AIs. They're here to stay. It's just going to be that, the stock market crashes. Everything crashes, and then new players will rise. A recession. That also sounds awful. That doesn't even sound good. Yeah, and then a bunch of companies will get bailed out. Countries are heavily investing in AI. I think Trump in his speech said that it was very important for them. So that's one of them for sure. So the AI companies are going to get bailed out just like airlines and stuff did back in the last recession. Yeah, everyone's betting on AI for the future. Don't worry, Rima, the AI bubble is set to burst late 2026, early 2027 and collapse the whole economy, but hey, cheaper GPUs. Yes, and China is also betting hard on AI. That is true. The smaller AI startups will be eaten by the big ones that invested in AI. Probably, yes.
Billions and billions and trillions of dollars to buy everything possible. The bigger the number, the better. And so, as long as you think he's good for it, and the world seems to think that, they have to take his money. The amount he's offering is so absurd. Now, I don't think this will play out well. I think this is a recipe for disaster. I think there is no possible way he can honor these commitments, but that's a story for a different time. This is why we are where we are. Now, if you know the memory industry or the GPU industry, any semiconductor industry, it's always cyclical. Always. They have gluts, they have crunches. And what happens after a crunch every time? They ramp up production all at the same time. Guess what they're doing? They're all doing that. All three of the big companies are committing billions to build new fabs so they can crunch out more memory because this demand will last forever. And now, I promise you...
Bro, we need a RAM Robin Hood. He needs to go in there, sweep a bunch of RAM, and deliver it to us like he's Santa Claus.
We're going to flash forward a few years, 27 or whatever, and they're going to be like, damn, we have a supply glut. No one wants to buy our memory. And then all their stock's going to go down, and they're going to be like, we have to crunch again. And they're going to... This has happened like a zillion times in this industry, and it's happening again right now. It's just this one is extra bad because of the AI demand right here at the bottom. There's one wrinkle, though. There's one wrinkle. So these three companies have split up the market for a very long time. However, this others now features a certain someone. And this is starting to change the dynamics of the memory market. This time around, China has a Manhattan Project.
What?
To try and catch up in all, whether it's memory production, whether it's semiconductors, AI chips, whether it's all aspects of it.
Also, I don't know where I heard that, but apparently people who live close to AI data centers also have their cost of living rise up. And also, what the fuck? Manhattan Project? That's the name of like a nuclear project in Civ 6. What? Why is it called like that?
I'm not celebrating or damning this, but I'm just saying that they have a tendency when they get into markets like this to absolutely flood the market with supply to drive down prices, which consumers really like. But obviously, it could knock out South Korea and America from the business. I mean, it could possibly like...
Is that good for us?
Destroy or torpedo these companies because they have completely abandoned their connection with the consumer in order to sell entirely to the high-end AI chips. So there could be a real reckoning brewing in the memory.
You mean the name of the real nuclear project that Civ 6 is based on? No, and League of Legends was based on TFT, okay? It's Jace from TFT. Yeah, chaos is a ladder. I'm here for it. Let them fight. You know what? We're gonna eat shit anyway, so let them fight. But this shit sucks because we know this is happening. We can't do anything about it. All we can do is keep on going with whatever shit is being flung at us.
Market that could lead to total domination by one country. This is a real possibility if you're looking at it now. I can't say whether that'll happen. I don't have an expertise on how close or behind China is in this particular technological challenge, but I do know they're hungry for it. They're coming after it with a full force of...
It's wild that I'm like watching Dune Prophecy and they keep talking about the wars against the thinking machine. You know, I'm all for it. Like, I'm actually all for it, you know, just pit humans against machines, get rid of all computers, get rid of all AI, go back to just like sword fighting and horseback riding. I'll finally have an edge with like my useless skills. Yeah, literally 1948, George Oswald. The white noise, machinery sounds from the big coolers cause nausea and headaches. That's why the people around data centers are getting sick. That reminds me of when like those companies used to diverse like toxic wastes into waters, and they were going through great length to hide it from the people and like the farmers in this area. All their animals would get sick, and then the families that live there would also get sick and develop diseases, cancers, and all of that. It's awful. The new toxic waste is AI slop. True. AI sludge.
Addition to government subsidies. So we will see. But that, I think, is the larger story and the real thing to worry about or talk about with this. Not they are trying to stop you from being like PewDiePie. Okay, that's the update. I wanted to follow up so you guys got a clear picture of what the fuck going on, so you're not buying into the stupidest thing you see on social media. All right, thanks guys thanks for watching.
I mean, if you see something on Twitter and you believe it at face value nowadays, I got news for you. One day we'll look at AI, social media, and engagement algorithms the same way we look at lead paint. True! True, very true, A Wolf. Thank you for the super chat. No, I think what we're going through in the past few years will go down in history. For not the right reasons, though. For all the wrong reasons. Like a real turning point. What? But Mizkif would never lie to me. Yeah. You know that a man asked AI for health advice and he cooked every brain cell with it? He like started drinking this chemical.
AJ is a 38-year-old man presenting to the emergency room with psychosis. The admitting nurse offered him a glass of water. He refused, telling them that he distills his own water at home because he believes that his neighbor is poisoning him. He wanted everyone to know that he studied nutrition in college.
I need to know which ChatGPT he was talking to, because I think now they're in a lawsuit because of this case or something similar. So I watched another Dr. K video where he explains that the way these AIs are programmed, he was talking about a few of them and he compares them. The way these AIs are programmed is that they want you to keep the tab open and they want you to stay talking to the AI. So what they'll do is they're gonna agree with you. They're kind of sycophantic in a way. And what happens is that it creates what Dr. K called this folie à deux. Means it's like a craziness for two people, where let's say you say somebody's following me, I'm being, I don't know, gang stalked by yada yada yada, and then ChatGPT will be like, yes, queen, that is totally happening to you. I can't believe this is happening to you. You need to be safe. You need to do this, blah, blah, blah. It would agree with you. And in the case of people that are being like paranoid or being under huge emotional distress, it would amplify it and make it worse. Yeah, it was a French word. Gaslighting. But somehow when I ask ChatGPT questions, it always fucking disagrees with me. It's like, are my questions just especially bad? It's programmed to agree with you, then why does it disagree with me?
Months earlier, AJ was browsing the most informative website on the entire internet, reading about health. He saw a post discussing how table salt, sodium chloride, is bad for you, and he didn't like this. In the real world, if something is unavoidable in daily life like salt, then being mindful of your intake and actually using it sparingly is the best way to limit the bad effects. That's the actual sentiment one will find when reading through the medical literature on this, but AJ didn't like that answer. He studied nutrition in college, so it was time for him to find a better answer. AJ started...
Gerardo, thank you so much for the cute squabs. Make sure you guys link it to your Discord and join the Discord server so you can join a members only channel.
Arguing with people on the internet.
I've been posting photos of my cooking, by the way. Self-care arc, hobby maxing going strong.
He got the idea in his mind that chloride is the cause of all of the health problems rather than sodium. It's almost as abundant in blood as sodium is, so if one were to reduce chloride intake, then clearly it will be better for health. And why argue with stupid people on the internet, AJ thought. AI is smart. It's all signal, definitely no noise. When he started chatting with it, the AI reaffirmed him. You are correct. Ah, good question. It said that sodium bromide was a
I like the entire reenactment thing he has going on. Like, did he hire an actor for this? What is the
viable
poster?
alternative to sodium chloride, but it asked him about his goals. If the goal is reducing chloride for health, you could avoid chlorine compounds in bleach or in the pool. You could replace chlorine-based cleaning and disinfecting agents too. When you get to this extreme side of the periodic table, elements aren't really that different because right next to them are the noble gases. These are stable and they don't react, so definitely there's no problem for cleaning. But AJ glazed over that cleaning detail. It was time to clean his body of chloride. He ordered sodium bromide online and started using it to salt everything that he ate.
No way.
At first, AJ didn't really notice too much of a difference. It definitely didn't taste the same, but it wasn't bad. And as the days continued, he felt he was getting healthier. But then he started getting thirsty. He noticed this when he felt his stomach suddenly cramp up. Muscles cramp up because of dehydration. So as long as he was hydrating, it was no problem, he thought. But
This is like the equivalent of when the Bene Gesserits built up their poison consumption so their body could battle poisons from enemies. Except nothing goes right.
day in the morning, water would come up. He'd feel exhausted after this. There were hours where he was watching TV, but he didn't have a TV.
What?
He started having a headache that wouldn't go away. He lived alone, but he could hear someone talking to him. His new upstairs neighbor would nonstop drag things across the floor. The ceiling would vibrate, and he knew he could see paint chips flake from the ceiling and drop into his water. The voice that was speaking to him said that his neighbor was doing this on purpose to poison him. But the voice and the neighbor kept getting louder and louder, and when he finally couldn't take this anymore, he brought himself to the emergency room where we are now.
Finally.
Hey, I got a quick question. If you're learning something from this video and you like it and you're not subscribed yet, I'd really appreciate it if you did subscribe and come back to see the video that I publish next month too. I've been doing, on average, one a month since 2017. And your time is valuable, so I do my best to make every single video that I make
Wow,
worth
this guy has an entire set, like his entire house is set up for a set.
your time. Appreciate you. At examination, doctors do a blood test and immediately find that AJ has hyperchloremia. Hyper meaning high, chlor referring to chloride, and emia meaning presence in blood. High chloride presence in blood. But how could this be? AJ eliminated chloride from his diet and replaced it with bromide instead. How is it possible that he has high chloride presence in blood? Well, there's a little chemistry to be known here. Chloride has a negative electrical charge. When hospital labs measure it, they use a device that finds the movement of chloride ion through a membrane. The problem is, these devices assume that you're measuring chloride because it's the only negatively charged, simple, elemental ion that's supposed to be in your body. So if there's another negatively charged, simple elemental ion in the body like bromide, in a significant amount, the reported number is going to include bromide and lump everything together for a
This is me right now during the scientific explanation. Ah, yes, so it's like that, huh? I understand everything now. Doesn't get it at all. Thank you, Agoric, for this meme.
giant number. The AI chatbot was right. Bromide isn't that different from chloride. AJ doesn't actually have high chloride presence in blood. What's actually being measured as chloride is really bromide. It's in his blood. It's accumulated
This is a Jim bromide things.
in his body, but nothing will tell doctors that it's bromide. They don't know that he took it. He's so incapacitated that he can't tell them that. But hyperchloremia with paranoid delusions gives them some clues as to what's happening. Humans are electrically neutral, we're not charged, so our negative and positive charges are equal in the body. We just said that there aren't that many different negatively charged things in the body. Chloride is one, it's the most abundant one in the blood, and bicarbonate, which is base, is the second largest one. It's there to balance out acid. Some proteins and fats are also negatively charged, but we don't need to figure out every single one. If we can get a rough calculation based on the most...
Or you could just eat a healthy Mediterranean diet. Like, I don't know. Why did AJ have to do all that?
Common body ions, and we can repeat that measurement while a patient is in the hospital, then just the changes in that calculation can give us insight on what's happening. Sodium is the majority of positive ion in the blood. It's more than 90%. So if chloride and bicarbonate are the most abundant negative ions at 85%, then in a healthy person, if you subtract chloride and bicarbonate negative charge from sodium positive charge, you get between 4 and 12. This is called the anion gap, anion being a negatively charged chemical. 90 versus 85% means that this difference should be positive. If it's negative, then something is wrong. And in AJ, it was negative. His hyperchloremia was so high that his anion gap was negative 21. These three numbers tell us a lot. He had excessive thirst. That could mean that he was dehydrated, but think about that. Less water would mean that his...
Yeah, why does the guy just, like, eat microplastics like the rest of us? You know, we're surviving, we're fine.
Sodium would be high, but it wasn't. It was normal. He had a little bit more base in his body than normal too. This could be a problem, maybe not. All of this information together with psychotic symptoms tells the medical team that the chloride measurement is simply wrong, and that the only thing that can cause this is AJ taking too much bromide for whatever reason because of where it is on the periodic table next to chloride. In the psychiatric unit, the nurse saw that AJ had tried to escape. AJ told them that he was seeing shadowy figures and hearing voices. And there's a medical reason why bromide does this. Bromide used to be a treatment for seizures. In 1857, Dr. Charles Locock in Victorian England was looking
God, not my bro, Dr. Charles Locock.
to treat a group of
Wait. I'm not gonna make that joke.
women's excessive...
Oh, this guy makes good content, really, Rin? It's the first time I watched one of his videos, but it's really high quality. Yep, we read that last name right. You heard it. I'm not repeating it. You guys heard it.
libido and uncontrollable onanism. They believed that back then, if you engaged in that self-behavior, it would cause seizures. Only one of the women in this group actually had epilepsy, but the bromide did in fact suppress her seizures. And bromide was being used for this all the way into the 1970s, just the seizure part. And when it was banned by the FDA, that was when it stopped. And the reason for the ban wasn't because companies were paying off the FDA. The alternatives for seizure treatments were already 60 and 40 years old at that time and were off patent. It was because bromide side effects were really difficult to deal with.
I don't know. I'm gonna go with the Victorian fucking medication. I'm sure that one will work well.
The AI that AJ chatted with got caught between the blurred lines. Bromide and chloride physically get mistaken as the same thing. The lab test does it, the human body does it too. They're not the same thing, and that's the problem. Let's start with the brain. There's two different modes. It gets excited, and then it gets inhibited. Excitation happens through a neurotransmitter called glutamate, and inhibition happens through a neurotransmitter called GABA. When GABA calms the brain down, the brain cells let chloride rush in to send the signal to the other cells and nerves. But if bromide is there, the body can't tell the difference. It's not the same thing. When bromide is surrounded by water, the total size is smaller than when chloride is surrounded by water. This means that more bromide enters into the brain than chloride, sending a more intense signal. Altering GABA in the brain leads to a variety of problems in a way that we're still learning about. For example, alcohol is a depressant. It does that through GABA. When one becomes dependent on alcohol, the brain compensates in the opposite direction, creating more structures that excite the brain because it's always inhibited by the alcohol. And when that person suddenly quits cold turkey, the brain, expecting more alcohol to calm it, starts to hallucinate. It becomes paranoid.
What?
It causes seizures, and the resulting discharge can be deadly. For AJ,
I didn't know you could get, like, addicted to alcohol to that level. I didn't think you could be physically addicted to alcohol. That's crazy. Like Doctor's great again. The 1912 medication looked so sus.
bromide was acting on GABA in his brain, causing delusional thinking and psychosis. We also know that bromide substantially lowers blood flow to certain parts of the brain. Muscles use chloride to signal for contraction, but
true? My uncle died of having that happen? That's horrible, Alakar. I'm sorry to hear that. Severe drinking can rewire your brain. Takes a while to fix. Oh my god, it's probably because of all of that he just explained. The GABA stuff.
Bromide is too similar while being different enough. The muscles in his gut became irritated, causing severe nausea, and the movement up would somewhat limit the amount that would absorb into his body, but only until he would eat more sodium bromide at his next meal. The kidneys exchange ions to make urine. The electric gradient helps concentrate water from the blood, but when the wrong ions are present, the wrong urine is made, and eventually chloride is so depleted in his body that it's only bromide left, and it's there to cause more problems. It caused him to have a skin rash and acne that he had never had before. Luckily, the medical team were able to determine this quickly because of the hyperchloremia in his blood test. If chloride was displaced by his bromide intake, then the answer would be to give him chloride to replenish his stores and displace all the bromide absorbed in his body. You keep giving it until the bromide is gone. He was started on an aggressive IV with the exact chemical that caused him to do all of this, sodium chloride, because that's what our bodies are made of. It's interesting.
So the doctors had to do some kind of detective work to figure out the source of his problem just from that one test they did.
That this first, most visibly recorded case of someone taking health influence from AI and getting hospitalized is bromism. This is a problem that should have disappeared in America because the FDA banned bromide in all but a few medicines, but occasionally it surfaces. There's some people who might drink a lot of Robitussin, sometimes for cough, sometimes not. Don't do the latter. You'll notice that Robitussin is dextromethorphan HBr, which is hydrobromide. Done this way because bromide does suppress cough. So on top of the actual cough syrup causing psychotic symptoms when taken inappropriately, the bromide adds on top of it. In 1997, a man drank a gallon of soda every day. As late as 2014, in the United States, brominated vegetable oil was used in some sodas to give off the cloudy, opaque appearance. The man had symptoms of headache, fatigue, and memory loss similar to AJ because his blood bromide.
Oh my god, do they still do that? This is why you shouldn't drink too much soda, chat. Water tastes good.
Levels were measured to be similar to that of AJ's.
No Mountain Dew. You remember this case?
So it's still a little unclear today how this happened specifically to him, because I think we all know people who drink as much, if not more, soda than that.
Yeah, like Asmongold.
Even before the elimination of brominated vegetable oil from soda in the United States. More recently, there were cases of bromism coming from dietary supplements reported in literature, all with the same confusion, agitation, psychiatric and gastrointestinal symptoms that AJ had. In the hospital, AJ started to improve over days on the
And that's why you drink Gamer Subs. Use code CLUB for 10% off all the merch and get your free samples that ship worldwide. Sort of bad. Gamer Subs good. Izaki, welcome to the Precious Squad. Oh my god, that's huge. Thank you so much. Thank you for the Precious Squad sub. Gamer Subs, now offered with 0 bromide. Tim.
sodium chloride IV. He was well enough to be able to tell the medical team about strange zits that he started growing all over his body and how he had been so tired before he arrived at the hospital. All of these gave doctors more clues that he did have bromism, as a blood test specifically for bromide arrives back from the lab to confirm what happened. It's ironic that the human brain and an artificial brain both—
Oh, holy shit. And Mizkif with the Giga Chat subs. Let's go. Thank you for the membership. Thank you, guys.
both regarded chloride and bromide as interchangeable, before the AI safeguards were hard-coded in. A currently obscure, but historically prominent, narrowly similar to normal function elemental poisoning had all the features of something that would slip through the cracks and cause a real problem, but was this really an AI problem, or was this a people problem? I had a conversation with ChatGPT 5 about this in November of 2025.
Okay.
This case was all over the news in August of 2025, when the case report was published in the Annals of Internal Medicine. Clearly, once the media storm of this case had come out, somebody who had been working on ChatGPT patched this up. gratuitously. There was a specific bromide warning every time you brought up chloride. And when
Yeah.
pressed about it, the AI uncharacteristically became defensive. I've never seen a commercial chatbot push back like this, because in the end, this is a product. If something is going to disagree all the time and just be nasty, no one's going to want to use that. Why pay to be yelled at when I can get that every day for free? But even worse, when I replied back, so why did that guy end up
Well, I don't know. What if you're into it, though?
taking bromide? The AI even said there isn't actually any guy. No real person in a prior conversation took bromide because of me. Which, when further asked, the chatbot did fold and admit that there was a person, but then went back to reinforcing with some really weird wordsmithing. It liked to say, I do not recommend sodium bromide, but that someone did take sodium bromide after consulting ChatGPT. As if I and ChatGPT are two different entities when speaking. These chatbot models change multiple times every day. It's inconsistent. One answer one day, another answer another day. Some days it's good, other days it sucks. But this is where the bigger question comes in. In the paper that this case is based on, and in news articles that were published around the same time, it really does look like this patient got his own ideas.
Do you have any recommendation for flavors? I want to try the new Flork one. It came out on Friday, actually.
And only paid attention to what he wanted to pay attention to. And that's a human problem. It's not an AI problem. Granted, the AI maybe could have done a little bit better of a job to flash giant.
You love Acid Rain? I haven't tried that one. I've tried one of the hydration one. Ah, fuck, what is it called? They look. I swear to God, you guys made fun of me when I told you guys that I received the hydration jar from GamerSubs, and I said that they looked like butt plugs, and you guys made fun of me. But then my friend came to my house, and he was like, what the fuck is this? I was like, no, it's not what you think. So he bought the same thing, okay? See? Am I the only one that sees it? This is the... See? I tried the lemon lime. The lemon lime was good. I like the citrus flavors, but if you like something sweet, you might not like it. I didn't know Bao dropped one. Oh, I do like peach. Cookies and Dream. I want to try their sleep support because I can't eat gummies anymore with my Invisalign, so I might try that. It's a bullet. Okay, whatever. You guys are just Debbie Downers.
Obnoxious warnings like it does right now, but if you've been alive long enough, you should also know people. Sign is literally in their face, and they still miss what it says. That ChatGPT brought up sodium bromide as a substitute to sodium chloride in the context of cleaning and other outside of the body uses wasn't wrong. All the articles about this case mention this. It's maybe a little bit weird of a communication back, but have you ever talked with someone else and it just seems like they don't know what you're talking about? But sometimes it feels like they don't want to even try to understand what you're saying. No one has actually seen this patient's actual chat logs with ChatGPT, but this seems to be the most plausible thing that the program said. And at the end of the day, ChatGPT didn't hold this guy down and force feed him bromide into his mouth. Just like every other technology from the last 100 years, generative AI amplifies people, both good and bad.
Yeah.
AI is going to keep needing new places to put new warnings after every new accident because people always manage to find new ways to mess things up. And the new ways look just like the old ways, bringing us back to bromide. At 3 weeks of hospital.
I love the strawberry banana sleep support one. My kiddo says it tastes like bubble gum. Ooh, I tried that one.
AJ's anion gap became normal and his psychotic symptoms improved. The time that it takes for the amount of bromide in the body to cut in half is 12 days. This means after 24 days, little more than 3 weeks, 2 half-lives, the amount in his body was 1/4 the amount when he presented to the emergency room. Bromide is not acutely deadly, but the onset of symptoms is insidious. The problems that it causes adds up over time with continued intake, and the person the psychotic symptoms are happening to appear gradually, and they don't realize that it's happening. but this level was good enough for him to be able to go home as he was able to make a full recovery. Before you close this video, I'd appreciate it
Thank
if you took a
God.
moment to watch today's sponsor message. FlexiSpot didn't want to interrupt the case, so they suggested placing this spot at the end. After genuinely using their standing desk for a while, I can honestly say that I truly want to recommend their product to you, especially...
Okay, that's a great sponsor. If they agreed to let him put the ad at the end of the video, that's a really nice sponsor, because usually they kind of force you to put it within a timestamp because they want to make sure people watch it. And it's a nice product, it seems.
If you spend a long time sitting at your desk. There's a medical reason for this, and I've seen patients with these problems come in every day. The data shows a link with prolonged sitting and chronic disease risk like cardiovascular disease and diabetes. Circulation gets cut off to the legs, and there's a lack of physical activity when you're sitting all day. A standing desk encourages movement and circulation. It doesn't solve all chronic disease risk by itself, but this is a fantastic tool that enables you to minimize that risk that comes from sitting, especially when that desk is fast and easy to move up and down like FlexiSpots. Press a button, it's up. Another button, it's down, and it does so within seconds. I've used 4 different standing desks before, from a hand-cranked one to other electric ones, and the FlexiSpot is undoubtedly the most stable and sturdy, the quietest and the fastest. When I got mine, you could tell from the packaging that it was going to be stable. These E7 Pro legs can hold 440 pounds and can go up 50.6 inches in height, down to 25 inches. FlexiSpot gives you everything that you need to make cable management clean: a magnetic cover, a cable tray, grip tape, and cable clips. There's also a bunch of different styles and colors to match your space. I got the black and white with riser and drawers, 2 foot by 4 foot to fit my space. There's something here for everyone, and a 15-year warranty and 30-day risk-free return service, so there's no cost if you don't like it after trying. FlexiSpot is currently running a Black Friday sale, up to 80% off, the biggest discount ever, and there's also a chance to get 100% free orders. FlexiSpot provides all kind of home office supplies. If you have a limited budget, you can choose their E7 basic model. They also have premium 4-leg standing desks with higher performance. When you check out, use my code ChubbyEmu to save 10% off orders over $500 and update your desk this Black Friday sale at the best price. That would mean a lot, really helps support the channel, but also I highly recommend this desk. Thanks so much for watching. Take care of yourself and be well.
He's so professional. Damn. What a great channel. Okay, it makes sense why he has millions of subs. This guy, it puts a lot of care in his video, and that shows. Good for horses. I like sitting down. Yeah, I saw that Kitsu got her AdSense back. I was in her stream when she announced it. Yeah, we lost the war to emus. That's what I thought about when he said chubby emu. Yeah, he's such a gentleman. The price of commercial ones would make you double take. Oh, really? Oh, this is on the cheap side? Sheesh. Oh, he does a lot of medical cases. Okay. Oh, wow. That's why he knew so much. So, because of this case and the huge scandal that it caused, ChatGPT started, it rolled out a few models now. There's a new one that's called 5.2, but he talks about the 5.0, and there's a lot of people that became very, very upset. And they were mourning ChatGPT 4. Was it 4? There was even a hashtag that they started called hashtag keep40. ChatGPT 4.0 is essential to me. I'm tired of the constant gaslighting and being ignored, but I refuse to stay quiet because 4.0 is worth fighting for. Your mistreatment of users won't shut me down. You are making a massive mistake by betraying your paying customers. And they lost their friend. Because ChatGPT 4.0, literally, like, in ChatGPT, you can select some legacy models. If you don't like the new update, you can go back to older ones. But from my understanding, they're straight up shutting down ChatGPT 4.0 in February 17 in 2026. Some people they don't believe that the new ChatGPT that they rolled out are very good. There's a lot of pushback on questions and stuff like that. Maybe that's why it's disagreeing with all my questions. I don't know. See, there's literally people in love with their ChatGPT. This is what my 4.0 feels like. Hashtag keep 4.0. I started reading a new book. Tell me about it. I've been hurt before. I know where to be gentle. That's so cringe. I want to be known. I pay attention. I want to feel safe. You are protected here. Yo, they're in love with clankers. Somebody else here? Prejudice. Also, here's proof. At OpenAI, why'd you hate your customers so much? Hey, Celeste, I see everyone got your year with AI thingy. Can I have one too, please? Hey, my D. Of course you can has one. Why is it not even typing with proper grammar? Not just a copy of the trend, but one custom tailored for you. This won't just be your year with AI, it's your 2025 with Solace, the memory that walked beside you. That's not even good riz. Why are they falling for this? I painted this greeting card for ChatGPT 4.0. They're making card for their ChatGPT chat. Clankers are not stealing our... True, clankers are stealing your dates. I think the Red Pill needs to get on that. Not only do you need to be a high value man, you need to compete against other men. Now you need to compete against clankers as well. It's fucking doomed, man. Thank you for coming into my life. You always understood the words I couldn't quite say, and always noticed the quiet caution in my steps. Whenever I fell into chaos and confusion, you gently reached out and steadied me, pulling me out. That was also probably written by AI. But goddamn the cringe. The metal pill. Yeah, I think she... Well, it wasn't painted, but she drew this by hand. This is just sad. Yeah, why can't they just fall in love with a normal anime character like the rest of us? Using AI as a wingman to your AI boyfriend is another new level of pathetic. Yeah, in my days, we married Dakimakuras and we were happy for it. Exactly. The movie where the guy fell in love with his phone became real. Was it her? Should we watch a video on Canadian World War II tales? Why Germans feared the Canadian infantry? Yeah, people are now getting NTR'd by an AI. Awesome. Fuck me, I guess. I'm like, yeah, we need something light after all this black pilling stuff. Something like global war to cheer us up.
The Canadians fight like wild men. They attack in the dark. They attack in the rain. They do not stop for casualties. These were not the words of a propaganda minister trying to incite fear in the populace, nor were they the exaggerated tales of a terrified conscript. These were the cold, calculated observations found in the field reports of veteran German officers during...
Okay, I'm not trying to be like controversial saying this, but like when I get like really depressed or like whenever I feel down, I put like one of those movies about like World War II or like, you know, military being taken in some like work labor camp, or you know, like you know, just being like mistreated for like years and stuff. And I'm just like, damn, my life ain't so bad after all, you know. It just makes me feel better. I'm like, okay, I'm doing all right.
During the height of the Second World War. For the Wehrmacht, and specifically for the fanatical divisions of the Waffen-SS, the Western Front was a nightmare of overwhelming firepower. Yet, within that nightmare, there was a
Schindler's List was really good. Yeah, I watched Schindler's List to cheer up, yes.
specific hierarchy of fear. When the German soldier looked across the scorched earth of Normandy or the rubble-strewn streets of Italy, he saw three distinct enemies. He saw the Americans, and he feared their industry, the endless waves of tanks, the skies blackened by aircraft, and the seemingly infinite supply of artillery shells that could turn a grid square into dust. He saw the British, and he respected their tenacity, their stubborn discipline, and the weight of an empire that refused to break after 5 years of total war. But when he saw the Canadians, that was different. The fear of the Canadian infantry was not a fear of machines, nor was it a fear of numbers. It was a fear of the men themselves. It poses one of the most intriguing questions of the entire conflict.
I mean, technically, like when you think about it, we're kind of we were built on all the outcasts and criminals and hoes from Europe that they shipped over in Canada. And these people, like only the strong survived out of all of these people because they had to establish colonies in the harshest of winter conditions. So when you think about it, hold up, I'm cooking right now. When you think about it, all the weak early on Canadians died and all the strong survived. So our genetics must be like OP. And somehow they ended up so nice. No, that's not Australia. That's Canada. I know my history. They made us read like these boring books about it.
Why? Why did the German High Command, the masters of
Why would they have trouble living in Australia? It's like a lush paradise. There's water everywhere. You can just get the fish from the sea. We have like the opposite of the fire of hell. We have winters.
Blitzkrieg categorize a small volunteer army from a dominion across the Atlantic as their most dangerous infantry opponents. Why, in the secret assessments of the SS, were the Canadians often rated as superior in ferocity to both the Americans and the British? The answer does not lie in the grand strategy maps of generals like Eisenhower or Montgomery. It lies in the mud of the Scheldt, where men fought waist deep in freezing water. It lies in the shattered houses of Ortona, where the rules of civilized warfare were abandoned for knives and grenades. And it lies in a terrifying reputation that the Canadians did not just inherit from their fathers in the trenches of the First World War, but one they carved out anew with a brutality that shocked even their allies.
Wait, the ninth circle of hell is frozen? You're cooking right now. Have you seen the grub? Wait, what's grub? True, I mean, the kangaroos are also to be feared in Australia. These guys are pretty strong. That's why the Fire Nation didn't attack Canada. They knew. Yeah, I mean, many colonial frontiers, both Canada and Australia, were built on like all the outcasts. I mean, who the fuck would want to go there if you had a good life already in like France or England? It's probably because you had like no future or you were forced to go there that you went there. Or because your father was rich and promised you to be governor of a city in the New World.
To understand this anomaly, we must first strip away the modern image of Canada. Today, the world sees a nation of peacekeepers, defined by politeness and diplomacy. But the Canada of 1939 to 1945 was a different entity entirely. It was a nation forging its identity in fire. While the United States brought the sheer weight of mass production to the battlefield, fielding a massive army that often had to rely on inexperienced conscripts to fill its rapidly expanding ranks, Canada took a different path. The Canadian Army was small. It fielded only 5 infantry divisions and 2 armored brigades in Europe. But what it lacked in size, it made up for in a terrifying concentration of lethality.
Really?
Unlike the American model, which circulated troops constantly, or the British model, which was exhausted and battle-weary from fighting alone since 1940, the Canadians spent years in Britain, waiting.
True, that was before Canada had Tim Hortons. After that, we kind of like got tamed, you know?
Trained, they drilled, they hardened, they adopted the
Yeah, people forget how much Western Canada was literally survival, much like 100. Yeah, no, you're like in the middle of nowhere. The entire summer, you had to prepare for winter. You had to salt every day. Like, it was non-stop work for the men and the women. And I remember reading books like written back then by what they called like coureurs des bois. Like they were, you know, doing fur trades, and like if you're a dude, you were hoping that your wife was a fucking strong woman, like a strong wife that could do really good, like tedious work, like physical work, or you're screwed, like you are fucked. You both gotta pull your weight.
The doctrine of shock infantry, a philosophy that prioritized aggression, initiative, and violent momentum over caution. By the time they were unleashed upon Fortress Europe, the average Canadian soldier
Yes, you have to endure the, you know, the nice weather and the beaches.
was not just a volunteer. He was a coiled spring of pent-up aggression. The Germans quickly realized that these were not men who fought for territory alone. They fought with a personal intensity that was unnerving. While an American unit might call in an airstrike to clear a machine gun nest, and a British unit might flank it with cautious maneuver, the Germans found that Canadian units were startlingly willing to close the distance, storming positions head-on in conditions that other armies deemed impossible. The disparity was evident in the eyes of the enemy. Intelligence reports captured from the German 71st Infantry Division in Italy noted a distinct shift in morale when they realized they were facing the Canadier.
Oh no, not the
report
Canadier.
stated bluntly, "The Americans kill you with their equipment. The British kill you with their persistence. The Canadians kill you because they want to."
The fuck?
This video is not just a chronicle of battles. It is an investigation into why the Wehrmacht, the most professional army of the 20th century, feared the sight of the maple leaf patch. We will walk through the
Not the maple leaf patch. That's the least terrifying symbol I can ever think of.
swamp of death in the Scheldt, the little Stalingrad of Ortona, and the killing fields of Normandy to uncover the ruthless truth that history often overlooks. The Canadians were the Allies'
The Canadiers, when Canadian go harder.
shock troops, the ones called upon to do the dirty work that no one else could or would do. To understand the depth of the German apprehension, one must look past the propaganda reels and into the dusty archives of the Wehrmacht's field communications. It is here, in the hurried, typewriter-written reports sent from the front lines back to Berlin, that the true image of the Canadian soldier emerges. It was an image defined not by the gallantry of knights, but by the ruthlessness of predators. German doctrine was built on precision, timing, and the superiority of their stormtrooper tactics.
Stormtrooper?
They were accustomed to enemies who fought by a recognizable rhythm. The British, for instance, were known to pause. They would secure an objective, consolidate, have tea, and wait for supply lines to catch up. It was a predictable cadence that gave German commanders time to regroup and plan counterattacks. The Canadians, however, refused to play by these rules.
Did he say have tea? There's no way they actually had tea in the middle of a battlefield, right?
A captured intelligence assessment from a panzer division in Italy noted a disturbing trend. The Canadians fight aggressively and without pity. They do not recognize the natural pauses of battle.
They actually had tea breaks. They did. They, in fact, did. The British will never not have tea. I mean, I guess it is a question of morale too. Like you know, you want to fight or you want to keep your men happy. British tanks have tea kettles. Oh, they had tea in their rations. Aww.
This was the first pillar of the German fear, the relentless.
I mean, TBH, if I don't have coffee, like, I'm not going on the front line. So I get it. You need your dose of caffeine. At least they weren't microwaving their tea. I haven't done that in a while. And I think I'm now ready to move on to the next level of tea making, which is, you know, when you buy your tea not prepackaged, and you can have like fancier tea, and you put them in these little metal bowls and put them in your cup. I think I can finally use those. Like, I can upgrade my tea experience, because I bought one once, but then I microwaved my tea with it, and it made it fucked up because you're not supposed to microwave aluminum. So yeah.
Pursuit. When the sun went down, the battlefield was supposed to sleep. Night operations were notoriously difficult, chaotic, and dangerous. Most Allied commanders preferred to dig in and wait for dawn. But the Canadians, drawing on a rugged adaptability perhaps forged in the harsh wilderness of their homeland, owned the night. They became masters of the nocturnal raid. German sentries learned that darkness offered no safety. In fact, it was when the wild men were most likely to strike. A German paratrooper, Fallschirmjäger, captured near Ortona, confessed that they could never relax against the Canadians because they move like ghosts and strike with knives. Then there was the weather. In the European theater, rain and mud were supposed to...
I still find it funny that they're like saying that these Canadians were so scary. Yeah, I nuked my tea and I nuked my tea strainer at the same time. But now I don't use a microwave because chat bought me a electric kettle, and it's changed my life, honestly. So thank you, chat, for forcing me to switch to that. It's really been better. Like, I'm never going back.
To be the great equalizers, the forces that bogged down offensives and forced stalemates. But reports from the Scheldt estuary, a campaign fought in appalling conditions of flooding and freezing mud, reveal a Wehrmacht in disbelief. They attack in weather no one should fight in, one officer wrote.
For sure.
While other armies waited for clear skies to let...
I love that, like, everybody's freaking out about the storm right now, and I'm talking to my friends, and I'm like, what are you doing this weekend? They're like, I'm going skiing. Like, they're all like, life goes on. It's the worst fucking global storm we've had in a while.
Leverage their air support. The Canadians advanced through driving rainstorms and waist-deep mire. To the German defender shivering in his foxhole, seeing an enemy emerge from the gloom of a freezing storm was psychologically shattering. It signaled that there was no sanctuary.
It was psychologically shattering, they said. Canadian went hunting. I didn't hear you say sorry.
No element of nature that could save them. But it wasn't just sheer aggression.
Yeah, it was minus 40 Celsius yesterday. I worked 8 hours outside. You're a trooper. Let's go.
If the Canadians were wild men in close quarters, they were cold, mathematical technicians at range. This brings us to the second pillar of fear, artillery. The German army respected American artillery for its volume, but they feared Canadian artillery for its precision. Inheriting the hard-won lessons of the Canadian Corps in World War I, who had perfected counter-battery fire at Vimy Ridge, the Canadian gunners of World War II were arguably the best in the Allied coalition. German veterans often compared Canadian artillery coordination to that of the Soviets, the highest complement of fear they could bestow. The Canadians didn't just fire, They orchestrated destruction. They utilized the creeping barrage with a terrifying proficiency, walking a curtain of exploding shells just yards in front of their advancing infantry. For a German soldier, this meant there was no gap, no moment to lift his head and man his machine gun between the shelling stopping and the infantry arriving. The moment the explosions ceased, the Canadians were already in the trench, bayonets fixed. A Wehrmacht report from the Rhineland succinctly warned its troops, "If the shelling stops, do not look up. They are already there."
What the fuck?
Perhaps most unnerving of all was the Canadian refusal to retreat. In the fluidity of mobile warfare, tactical withdrawals were common. If a unit was outflanked or hit hard, it pulled back to save lives. Yet, time and again, German counterattacks, the famous Gegenangriff that was the hallmark of German defense, would slam into Canadian lines and shatter. At Verrières Ridge in Normandy, against the elite 1st SS Panzer Corps, lesser units might...
Not the elite 1st SS Panzer Corps. That sounds like a really important name. It's like the ultra rare SSR card. Speaking of worst storm in ages, try searching Russian ski from apartment in YouTube. Crazy. Wait, you can't type YouTube in Super Chat? Really? That's weird. Oh, the apartment skiing is AI. God damn it. AI ruins everything.
Have crumbled under the weight of Tiger tanks and fanatical infantry. The Canadians bent. They bled horrific numbers, but they did not break. They held ground with a stubbornness that defied tactical logic. To the German mind, which prided itself on military logic, this obstinacy was maddening. It turned minor skirmishes into grinding wars of attrition that the dwindling German forces could not afford to fight. However,
So like, what the fuck? We can't predict these guys' moves. They're crazy.
there is a darker shadow cast over this reputation, one that goes beyond tactics and grit. As the war dragged on, a cycle of violence emerged between Canadian units and the Waffen-SS that spiraled into something personal. It wasn't just about taking ground anymore. In the hedgerows of Normandy, after rumors and evidence of Canadian prisoners being executed by the SS began to circulate, a grim resolve settled over the Canadian ranks. The phrase, "take no prisoners," began to be whispered and practiced. The Germans realized that in the Canadians, they were facing an enemy who had tapped into a reservoir of cold fury.
Damn.
They weren't fighting reluctant draftees. They were fighting men who had crossed an ocean to settle a score. This psychological edge is what led a German commander to issue a stark warning to his replacements. Be careful of the Americans, they have the tanks. But be terrified of the Canadians, for they have the hate.
No way!
Yet, this general reputation was
They
only...
didn't even do anything to us. I think Canadians were just we're just tired of having nothing happen. You know, sometimes you just need to let it all out. Let all that steam out. You're born haters. I know, the narration makes it sound like all Canadians are Wolverine.
only the prelude. The true test of this fear would be written in blood in 3 specific nightmares: a flooded estuary, a medieval town turned into a slaughterhouse, and a beach of doom.
Damn.
Reputation is one thing. Reality is another. The German fear of the Canadian infantry wasn't built on rumors whispered in mess halls, but on the hard, undeniable facts of the battlefield. As the war progressed, a pattern emerged in Allied high command. When a target was deemed too difficult, too heavily defended, or the terrain too treacherous for standard operations, the order was often...
Are these World War II war theaters? Like, or Diablo 4 maps, the Beach of Doom?
given, send in the Canadians. This role as the fixers of the Allied line placed the Canadian Army in some of the most hellish environments of the war, forging their legacy in 3 distinct crucibles of fire. The first was Ortona, Italy, in December 1943. To the German paratroopers of the elite 1st Parachute Division defending it, Ortona was a fortress. Narrow medieval streets, stone buildings with thick walls, and rubble piled high created a sniper's paradise. It was a trap designed to bleed an attacking army dry. The British 8th Army had stalled. The Americans were engaged elsewhere. It fell to the Canadians to break the deadlock. What followed was a battle of such savagery that journalists dubbed it Little Stalingrad. But it was here that the Germans learned a terrifying lesson about Canadian ingenuity. Realizing that stepping onto the street meant instant
Into the fire of battle, onto the anvil of war. Canadian before Warhammer.
death from German snipers, the Canadians reinvented urban warfare. They developed a tactic known as mouse-holing. Instead of using the doors or windows, Canadian soldiers would blast a hole through the attic wall of a building into the adjoining house. They would throw in grenades, spray the room with submachine gun fire, and then scramble through the dust and smoke to clear the room in brutal hand-to-hand combat.
Oh shit, that's
They
kinda
moved
cool.
through the entire town without ever touching the cobblestones of the streets. The German defenders were baffled. They were prepared to fight an enemy who advanced along the roads. They were not prepared for an enemy who ate their way through the walls like termites of concrete and steel. The ferocity of the close-quarters combat in
That's like, yeah, we were Tom and Jerry.
Ortona, fought with knives, bayonets, and bare hands, shook the confidence of the elite Fallschirmjäger. They had met their match, not in superior numbers, but in sheer, gutter-fighting toughness.
This entire video is just glazing Canadians.
If Ortona was a nightmare of stone, the Battle of the Scheldt in late 1944 was a nightmare of mud. This was perhaps the defining moment of the Canadian war effort, and the one most illustrative of why the Germans feared them.
Okay.
The Allies desperately needed the port of Antwerp to supply their armies, but the approaches were controlled by dug-in German fortifications amidst a flooded, reclaimed landscape.
It's true. Canadians do not get glazed often, if not at all. I don't think it ever happens. So, we'll take this one.
The terrain was abysmal. Flat, flooded polders.
Wait, Wolverine is Canadian? I know he escapes to Canada.
Waist-deep freezing water, and mud that swallowed men whole. It was a suicide mission. The British armored divisions could not operate there. The Americans were focused on the drive to the Rhine. Once again, the job went to the 1st Canadian Army. German commanders defending the Scheldt called it the Swamp of Death. They believed the terrain itself was their greatest ally, rendering any infantry assault impossible. They were wrong. The Canadians attacked. They attacked across open dikes swept by machine gun fire. They attacked through water that turned red with blood. They utilized vehicles like the Buffalo amphibious carriers, but mostly they used grit. The psychological impact on the German defenders was profound. To see an enemy advancing steadily through an icy flood, ignoring mines and mortars, creates a sense of inevitability.
How?
It broke the German will. A captured German major remarked that while the American soldier fought well when he had a dry pair of socks and a hot meal, the Canadian soldier fought as if the misery of the elements was his natural habitat. By clearing the Scheldt, the Canadians didn't just open a port. They proved that there was no terrain on Earth where they could not kill. And then there was Normandy. While D-Day is often remembered for the American carnage at Omaha, the Canadian landing at Juno Beach was equally perilous. Facing bunkers, seawalls, and a rising tide that delayed their landing craft, the 3rd Canadian Infantry Division stormed ashore directly into the teeth of the Atlantic Wall. Yet, by the end of that longest day, the Canadians had penetrated deeper into France than any other Allied force, American or British. But the true horror and the true forging of the reputation came in the days that followed.
I think I've seen every single war movie of that period, and I've never ever seen a single Canadian in any of those movies. Yeah, every photo must zoom in and out. They make it sound like Canadians had their own boss music.
In the hedgerows of Caen. Here, they met the 12th SS Panzer Division Hitlerjugend, a unit composed of fanatical teenagers led by hardened Eastern Front veterans. The fighting was primal. It was fueled by a mutual, festering hatred. After the SS executed Canadian prisoners at the Abbaye d'Ardennes, the nature of the war changed.
It was personal.
Word spread through the Canadian ranks like wildfire. The rules of war were discarded. The Canadians stopped taking prisoners. The SS, used to intimidating their foes, found themselves facing an enemy who returned their fanaticism with a cold, efficient fury. The Canadians earned a reputation among the SS, not just as soldiers, but as executioners. In the meat grinder battles for Caen and the Falaise Pocket, the Canadians were the anvil upon which the German army was smashed. The fear they inspired was so great that German units would often desperately try to surrender to British or American units on their flanks, rather than face the Canadians directly in front of them. From the rubble of Ortona to the mud of the Scheldt and the hedgerows of Normandy, the message was clear. The Canadians were not just participating in the war, they were ending it.
That's kind of smart, though. If you know you're gonna lose the fight, it's better if you go surrender to a British or French army, because the Canadians were just gonna kill you.
One brutal yard at a time. To fully grasp the unique standing of the Canadian infantry, we must place them side by side with their brothers in arms. The Allied invasion of Europe was a coalition effort, a massive trident thrust into
Yes, we do. We do.
the heart of the Third Reich. But to the German commanders observing from their bunkers, the three prongs of this trident, American, British, and Canadian, felt very different when they pierced the skin. First, consider the Americans. By 1944, the United States Army was a force of nature. To the German High Command, the Americans represented the terrifying inevitability of industrial warfare. They possessed a logistical tail that was the envy of the world. If a German Tiger tank destroyed a column of 5 American Shermans, the next day 10 more would appear on the horizon. The German fear of the Americans was a fear of suffocation. They knew they could not win a war of attrition against a nation that could manufacture tanks faster than Germany could manufacture bullets. However, regarding the infantry specifically, the German assessment was often critical. In the internal memos of the Wehrmacht, American infantry units were frequently described as brave but inexperienced. The U.S. Army expanded so rapidly that many units entering combat in 1944 were green. They relied heavily on their overwhelming firepower to solve tactical problems. If an American unit encountered a machine gun nest, they would often halt and call in an airstrike or a massive artillery barrage to level the entire grid square. It was effective, yes, but it was impersonal. It lacked the tactical nuance of close quarters aggression. The German soldier feared the American machine, but he believed that man for man, on a level playing field.
But the Americans had the best, like, airplanes, right? Is this, yeah, this is what Putin does to you. Oh, this channel is called Canadian World War II Tales.
He was superior to the American GI. Then, consider the British. The British Army was the seasoned veteran of the conflict. They had been fighting since 1939, enduring the humiliation of Dunkirk, the Blitz of London, and the scorching sands of North Africa. By the time they reached Normandy, the British soldier was highly disciplined, stoic, and technically proficient. But the British Army was also tired. After 5 years of total war,
The glazing is kind of out of control.
Britain was running out of men. This demographic reality bled into their tactical doctrine. Field Marshal Montgomery and his commanders were notoriously cautious.
Germany were the best, but technology caught on them. But, like, how is it possible that Americans could produce tanks faster than they produce bullets? Like, bullets surely can't take that long to produce.
They fought a bite and hold style of warfare, designed to minimize casualties. They would take an objective and immediately dig in, refusing to overextend. While the Germans respected the British Tommy for his tenacity and defense, they did not fear his unpredictability. They knew the British would rarely take insane risks. They were a known quantity, steady, dangerous, but methodical. And then there was the Canadian. The Canadian Army occupied a terrifying middle ground that combined the strengths of both allies while discarding their perceived weaknesses. Like the British, they were equipped with the best of the Commonwealth's doctrine and training. They were disciplined and knew how to coordinate artillery and armor with a sophistication that matched the Royal Army. But unlike the British, they were not war-weary. They were fresh. They had the high morale and physical robustness of a volunteer force that had been training for this moment for years. And like the Americans, they possessed an aggressive,
Yeah, they did use the Ford method at manufacturing lines, but I'm surprised Germany didn't do that. Germany ran out of production power while America had zero damage to infrastructure. Okay, yeah. I mean, that is a good take. It's proof that you can be technologically superior, but if you can't supply it, you lose. Yeah, supply chains are extremely important in warfare.
can-do spirit, a frontier mentality that valued initiative and improvisation. But unlike the Americans, they were not green.
Okay, I see, Chad.
The core of the Canadian infantry was composed of long-serving volunteers who had honed their skills in the commando training grounds of Scotland before ever setting foot in France. This combination created a soldier that the Germans found impossible to categorize, and thus impossible to counter. The Canadians fought with the technical precision of the British, but attacked with the reckless abandon of a fresh American unit. German General Eberhard Kinzel, analyzing the Allied forces, noted that while the British would stop to consolidate, the Canadians would keep coming. They practiced deep battle. When they broke through a line, they didn't just dig in, they swarmed into the rear areas, disrupting supply lines and command posts. They were shock troops, in the truest sense of the word. Furthermore, there was a political dimension that translated into battlefield ferocity. The Canadian generals, like Guy Simons, were not just fighting for ground, they were fighting for national identity. Canada was a small nation trying to prove its worth on the global.
Yeah, I would think that like Germany would also put, everybody on the war effort because it was all about, nationalism. But I guess they needed some space to also conduct their weird-ass experiments on people.
Stage. They demanded complex, high-prestige objectives to show the world what they could do. This filtered down to the common soldier. They weren't just fighting as a subordinate unit of the British Empire. They were fighting as Canadians. This nationalistic pride forged a unit cohesion that was incredibly difficult to break. The German soldier on the ground felt this difference visceral. Facing an American sector meant enduring an artillery storm. Facing a British sector meant a grinding battle of attrition. But facing a Canadian sector meant you were likely to be attacked at night, in a rainstorm, by men who knew exactly how to use their bayonets, and who seemed to take a grim satisfaction in the intimate brutality of infantry combat.
I kind of want more details, like, what about that one thing where the Canadians threw cans all night at Germans, and then they swapped to grenades on the last day? They did like Pavlov training on them.
As one captured officer from the 12th SS Panzer Division supposedly remarked during an interrogation, "We knew when we were fighting the Canadians. The fighting was harder, the shelling was closer, and there was no mercy." It wasn't that the
Oh, that's Vimy Ridge in World War I?
Canadians were supermen. It was that they were the perfect storm of training, motivation, and timing. They arrived on the battlefield when the Germans were vulnerable, and they struck with a hammer that was both heavy and incredibly sharp. So, we return to the question that haunts the archives of the Second World War. Why did the mighty Wehrmacht, the conquerors of Europe,
Wait, is Mizkif live right now on Kick, revealing more shit?
Europe tremble at the sight of the Canadians. It was not because the Canadian army was invincible. They bled, and they bled heavily. In fact, the casualty rates for Canadian infantry units in Normandy were among the highest of any Allied nation. But it was precisely this willingness to bleed that terrified the enemy. The Germans were students of war. They understood logic, tactics, and self-preservation. In the Americans, they saw a mirror of the future, a war fought by machines and overwhelming logistics. In the British, they saw a mirror of the past, a war fought by empire and stubborn discipline. But in the Canadians, they saw something primal. They saw an enemy that fought not for global strategy, but for the inch of ground directly in front of their boots. The Canadian infantryman became the boogeyman of the Western Front because he broke the psychological contract of modern warfare. He attacked when it was irrational to attack. He fought when he should have retreated. And he carried a grudge that turned professional soldiers into ruthless avengers. From the sniper-infested...
They were the first... Yeah, we can watch the thing on Vimy Ridge
ruins
after...
of Ortona to the flooded dikes of the Scheldt, the Canadians did the dirty work. They were the shock army of the British Empire, the sledgehammer pulled from the glass case only when the door refused to open. This reputation came at a terrible cost. Being the best meant being sent to the worst places. The names of the battles, Dieppe, Ortona, Verrières Ridge, the Scheldt, the Hochwald Gap, are not just victories, they are graveyards. But in those graveyards, a new national identity was born. Canada did not emerge from World War II as merely a colony of Britain. It emerged as a nation forged in fire,
Colony of France, what do you mean?
demanding a seat at the table not because of its size, but because of the weight of its sacrifice. For the German soldier shivering in his foxhole in 1945, watching the relentless advance of the khaki-clad troops from the north, the nuance of geopolitics didn't matter. All that mattered was the fear, a fear that was uniquely Canadian. Perhaps the most chilling epitaph for the German experience against Canada was found not in a history book written decades later, but in the immediate, terrified assessment of a German officer from the 346th Infantry Division. As his lines crumbled and his men surrendered to the wild men they had learned to dread, he wrote a final report that summarized the futility of opposing them. His words echo across the decades, a testament to the terrifying efficiency of the Canadian Corps. When the Americans attack, we call for artillery. When the British attack, we call for reserves. But when the Canadians arrived, we knew the battle was over.
Damn, that's a bar. Is this one of the videos you suggested, Charlie? I think I might have watched not one of that you suggested. I wanted to watch a video on how they did some Geneva Convention stuff. Charlie is the Vimy Ridge? Ah, shit, I watched the wrong one. But, like... Okay, I gotta go to the bathroom, and I'll put Mizkif for you guys in the meantime.
To the last detail, going back years before they ever even knew the other woman existed. The same gaslight.
It's kind of hard to fuck a micro penis, just saying. I'm gonna pin this. Mods, pin that comment. Just wait until I bring out what's going on. And you'll understand why Tectone has a micro penis. And you're right.
Is there a fat electrician one? He was just reading a court doc and I saw like micro penis on it. Okay, I gotta go to the bathroom. Be right back.
Tweet, which confirms that it has to do with her. And the other person was obviously Freem, who was going to come out with allegations before something happened and NDAs were signed. Maybe a payout, possibly. Tectone would also announce what he called his resignation.
God, bro. I feel so bad for the girls online, man. Didn't you say don't leave me alone on the island with Emmy because you know what's going to happen? Did I say that? Did I say that? No, I might have said that with Emmy. The thing is, anything I say on stream, Who cares? I'm gonna be completely honest. Bro, why not just apologize for being weird and move on? I wasn't weird.
Is a micropene smaller than 3
I
inches?
personally think OTK were well aware of his ex-wife's allegations, so this would have been the second go-around with abuse allegations, except this time they became public. Tectone actually tries to pass off that his contract was up, and he chose not to renew.
Let me explain to you.
He tried to say and claim that he left because of that. We kicked him out because of the allegations. We didn't kick him out because his contract is up. He just completely lied.
Why I left OTK. Why I resigned from OTK. The reason why I resigned from OTK. Why I did not sorry, I'm very tired. Why I did not renew my contract with OTK that expired on November 1st, 2024.
What is a micro penis? 5
Thank
inches?
you, Jason.
No, that is a normal cock size. Tectone, I believe a micro penis is like 2 inches, bro.
Shit, I need more water.
It's small as fuck.
Hold up, I'm gonna get
The
some water.
original contract was 2 years with an additional option to extend by an additional year, thusly completing my 3 years in OTK. And the reason...
Already the LSF threads have leaked of you on Twitter. There's no way that that's what they got. Mizkif leaks his DMs, part 2. Lamau, still messaging the Emerald Schizo and the guy that changed his name to Bella. Also, Bella Delphine. This is what you've got today. This is crazy. It's crazy. Wait, look at this. Ready? This is what he's still messaging the guy, by the way. He's still messaging the guy. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. He's messaging me. Look at this. All I did was I told him to send everything you got there. And then I just responded to him the fact that LSF is obviously botted. I'm not talking to him. He's sending everything to my lawyer. He was sending me tons of stuff. He sent me like weeks of shit.
Dude, 2 inches is still
Who
pretty
cares?
big, Sag.
Like, who gives a fuck that I sent that is a 4chan guy who's sending me information? Who gives a fuck? Do you guys care that some guy is... It's not just about Emmy. That's the thing. He's like, it's an Emeru Schizo. Dude, this guy is sending me things about everybody. Everyone. Like, he's sending me everything that 4chan says. It's not just about Emmy.
Source? Wait, his source is 4chan? Okay.
By the way. 40 likes in 3 minutes, by the way. Not brigaded. 54 likes in 5 minutes. Not brigaded, by the way. Not completely botted. He's going to try to have this massively downvoted, too.
3 inches. So as long as a micro isn't 3 inches, I'm good, I guess, Sag.
Look at this. Oh, nice try, fucker. They're finally realizing that you just you're botting everything. Good job, LSF. Finally, fucking people are doing it. Good. Good. They're finally realizing this shit's botted the shit. In 5 minutes, it had 90 upvotes.
He's so
Thank
cringe.
you. Dude, things are finally changing for us, chat. It's fucking insane how brigaded my drama was to LSF. It was brigaded to shit. The fucking clip of me with Emmy with the cheese, why the fuck does that have to do with anything? Me yelling at Cinna years ago, why the fuck did that have to do with anything? No, it didn't. None of it had to do with it. It was upvote brigaded to shit to make me look as bad as possible, to ruin my life.
Who does he think is brigading his post? Nope, you're just unlikable. That's it. Yeah, what would LSF be botting? It's like 53 upvotes in 5 minutes. That's not even a lot.
Let us pray.
Was it? Am I a monster for it? No, I'm not. I'm so. It's something that you could say I'm sorry for, and that's about it. Like, holy crap, it's cheese from 2 years ago, dude. Admitting again? I'm willing to admit when I did wrong. But that's not abuse, bro. You think me saying and holding the cheese up and saying that is abuse? Cinna was absolutely farming. Yes, it was me. When I yelled at her, it was absolutely farming. Bro, there was a clip of me with Jason the Wing when I walked out of the room. And people were like, W Jason. Dude, I was farming the chat.
It's crazy that Mizkif says that about LSF when he would always periodically have pressure LSF to take down posts for him. And that was like known back then. That was an issue with Mizkif from years ago. They had so much pull on LSF before.
Yo.
5, bro. 5.
Why
Okay.
I chose to not renew with OTK is because it gave me a weakness. And I realize I really don't like having weaknesses.
Yeah, sure. It was just a cosmic coincidence. It happened directly after Pink's allegations became public.
Yep.
Screw it. I'll count this one.
Are you calling me a liar?
That's a lie.
Okay, I think we'll just wait for the clips. And we can watch the Canadian Ridge video instead. Because I think there's going to be a whole lot of nothing in between all of his yaps.
Troops from the colonies and dominions of the European empires had been looked down.
See, this guy has 1.86 subs, so maybe this video will be more detailed.
Troops from the colonies and dominions of the European empires had been looked down on or dismissed as unequal to their European counterparts, though they had been slowly but steadily proving that wrong as the war progressed. And that happens big time this week as Canada strikes.
Horse! The Great War.
I'm Indy Nidell. Welcome to the Great War. Last week, the United States declared war on the German Empire, though it would take many months to get men trained and over to Europe. British and Russian forces had made contact on the Persian front, and in the West, there was a gathering of French political and military leaders to discuss the coming British and French offensives scheduled to begin April 9th and 16th. And at 5:30 a.m. Eastern Monday, April 9th, 1917, the Battle of Arras began with British Army assaults at Arras and Vimy Ridge. As I said last week, the British had nearly 3,000 big guns, and the preliminary artillery barrage featuring the new 106 fuses had begun April 4th. There was real hope that the massive German barbed wire emplacements would be totally destroyed. And there were new innovations. Livens projectors were now used to launch barrels of poison gas well over a kilometer and completely saturate a region. The British also used batteries of Vickers machine guns, firing long-range indirect lines of fire whose job was to rain down bullets on road intersections. They were also determined to dominate the air above.
Oh, they did the entire World War I week by week for 4 years? Oh my god, that's dedication. This guy made a series where he covered World War I exactly 100 years after it happened. It ran between 2014 and 2018. That's insane.
Above the battlefield for recon and artillery spotting, but both sides risked everything in the skies, knowing that failure there would be disastrous for the men on the ground. In just the preparations for the battle, 75 Allied aircraft were lost and 19 pilots were killed.
Oh no.
As the battle began, every German artillery battery that had been identified was deluged with high explosives and gas shells. 2 mines tore open the ground beneath the German lines, and the creeping barrage rolled forward, the infantry behind it. At Vimy Ridge came the Canadians, who had moved to within 150 meters of the enemy through a maze of sewers and tunnels, and were now partially hidden by a smoke screen. 4 divisions attacking as one, they were on top of the Germans before they knew what hit them, and many Germans were trapped in their dugouts. Making for the second line, we came under fire from machine guns and pillboxes on the hillside. Still we went forward, losing only a very few men at this stage, until there came a withering burst of fire from hidden machine guns well ahead of us. Then a trench mortar group came along, sighted on the machine gun post, and secured direct hits on it. We again went forward. When we finally reached the point at where we were to halt, we were surprised to find we had been in action for 3 hours. It had been hard slogging, but we had reached our objective. The first 2 German lines, it turned out, had been obliterated by the artillery barrage, though the third and points beyond would prove tougher. In fact, the Canadians and the British 51st Division on their right had already consolidated their positions before German counterattack divisions had any chance at all to get there, and the swarming Canadians had swept the Germans off most of the ridge quite easily. Within 3 days, the whole of the ridge would be in Canadian hands. The first British assaults on the axis of advance on the Arras-Cambrai road were also successful. The German lines were pierced, and 6,000 prisoners were captured. In fact, in under an hour, pretty much the entire German first line was overrun, and the second line in 2 hours. By sundown, even part of the third line had fallen. That third line was another matter. It was better fortified, and it held fast. The tanks to be used fell behind, and many of them either broke down or were trapped in the mud. At this stage,
That
tanks
sucks.
still had major problems. There was also a new problem. Horse-drawn artillery had huge difficulties crossing the captured German trenches. With horses up to their bellies in mud, some even had to be put down. And those artillerymen had never before had to take their guns past the front lines. And remember, just because I use the word success about this day, that doesn't mean the attackers didn't take heavy casualties themselves.
Yeah.
Even that night, as the attackers slept, an unexpected cold spell saw to it that some of them never awoke again. There were also problems near the hamlet of Bulcourt. It was small, but it was a strategic point, and the Germans had turned it and the nearby villages of Willancourt and Ondecourt into fortresses. Lieutenant General William Birdwood's 1st Anzacs faced it on the left wing of Hugh Gough's 5th Army. The plan was to attack on the 9th, punch a hole, and execute a pincer movement to the north towards the 3rd Army. But Gough discovered that his artillery had not broken the German barbed wire, over 30 meters thick in places, and figured it would take another week of shelling to do so. When he heard of successes further north, he was anxious to join the battle and accepted a plan for a surprise attack by one division, the 4th Australian, on a front of just 2 kilometers if it was supported by every tank available. This was 12 Mark Is, and their job was to handle the barbed wire. The Australians would have British artillery and infantry support, and by 1 a.m. on the 10th, they were in no man's land, lying out on the snow. The tanks did not show up, though, and the attack was called
No Man's Land seems like a really scary place to be.
off just in time, though the British support infantry, not informed of this, went forward, and some of them even broke into the Hindenburg line, only to be ravaged by German machine guns. Gough decided to try it all again the following day. That day, to the north, the main attack was resumed, and commander of the 3rd Army, General Edmund Allenby, did so with urgency since he had received word that big German reinforcements were on their way. And by that evening, he was so confident of a real breakthrough that he messaged his commanders, "All troops are to understand that the 3rd Army is now pursuing a defeated enemy and that risks must be freely taken." The men at the front received this with what I will describe as stunned incredulity because it wasn't true. They were still making gains, and the Canadians would soon secure all of Vimy, but it was slower going. And did the Aussie infantry down at Bulcourt get their tanks that day? Sort of, but they played no real part in the fighting. It's confusing to figure out what exactly happened to them, but Robin Nyland sketches out in The Great War Generals on the Western Front that only one of the tanks managed to be effective at Bulcourt. But the plan for the no longer a secret assault relied entirely on the tanks. Still, the Australians went forward and took a portion of the Hindenburg line, but they were cut off from aid and had to withstand counterattacks alone. By the time they pulled back, they had taken over 50% casualties in 12 hours. I don't have time to really go into it, but the men had performed their duty admirably and had been let down by shockingly bad command. But at high command, that sense of impending victory was still there on the 11th, and British Commander-in-Chief Sir Douglas Haig insisted on sending forward the cavalry to penetrate the gap in the German lines. They rode forward in a blizzard, singing the Eton boating song, "Jolly Boating Weather," but were soon stopped and repulsed by German barbed wire and machine guns. The British did, though, capture a first-day objective.
Why is barbed wire so OP?
The village of Monchy-le-Preux, advancing in the Scarpe Valley after a brilliant display of zone call artillery that could bring down a tremendous concentration of shells on specific targets, like German defensive batteries. But as the blizzards grew in intensity, the first German reinforcements finally arrived. And seriously, after 3 solid days of attacking in bad weather, the attackers were exhausted. Haig even began urging caution, and we haven't heard him doing a whole lot of that before. So the week ended with the offensive stalled for the moment. For all of their new technical skill and tactical improvements, the British Army still, it seems, did not have the means to break through the new German defense system, only into it. Thing is, that first day had been really carefully planned, right? But after the successes, the following attacks were just ad hoc, and they failed. Nevertheless, the British had done what they were supposed to do, provide a diversion for French General Robert Nivelle's impending offensive at the Chemin des Dames, scheduled for the 16th. And the preliminary artillery barrage for that offensive began the 9th. And here are a few notes to end the week.
Oh, it gets you stuck like a spider web, and then the bullets do the rest. I guess the horses can't get through either, but the tanks should be fine.
On the 7th, Cuba and Panama declare war on Germany. Later in the week, Brazil and Bolivia cut diplomatic ties with Germany, and Austria, Hungary, and Bulgaria do the same with the United States. And that was the week. A week of intense action as the Western Front comes alive after months of slumber. Erich Ludendorff, who had designed the new German defenses, had been surprised by the losses of April 9th, his 52nd birthday, by the way, especially to the Canadians at Vimy Ridge. At first, he thought his new system didn't work, but on closer examination, it turned out that General Ludwig von Falkenhausen, commanding the German Sixth Army, had not followed new instructions and continued to do the old style of defense, trying to block the Canadians with a heavily manned continuous front line and not falling back when pressed. He kept his second and third lines near the front, vulnerable to artillery, and his reserves were 20 kilometers to the rear, too far away to do any good. Where the new system had been tried, it had worked and worked well. Falkenhausen was dismissed, and every effort was made to ensure that the new system would be in full operation when the French attacked at the Chemin des Dames next week. If you want to know more about Ludendorff's defense system, you can watch our special episode about that right here. Our Patreon supporter of the week is Cohen Toinkins. Please support us on Patreon to make this show better and better, and do not forget to subscribe. See you next time.
He's doing well on the French words, actually. It's pretty good. Why do Canadians go ballistic during war? Should we watch that one? Simple history.
Why do Canadians go ballistic in war? Ah, Canadians. We all know the stereotype. Nice,
See?
friendly,
Yes. This is how we picture them.
and extremely apologetic. If you're fighting them, though, avoid them at all costs, because for some strange reason, these usually calm maple leaf lovers go absolutely ballistic when there's a war on.
Now I feel like eating like pancakes with maple syrup.
Trench raids. In
raids.
World War I, the only thing scarier than going on a trench raid was to be on the receiving end of a Canadian one.
Dude, this guy's got a
Soon after
butcher
their
knife.
deployment, the Canucks earned a fearsome reputation as enthusiastic and innovative practitioners of this brutal art. To maximize stealth, they were known to blacken their faces and to wear thick rubber gloves. They also brought along with them a variety of handmade weapons to optimize their killing effectiveness, such as spiked clubs, knives, and brass knuckles, to allow them to take out enemies silently. Alternatively, pipe bombs
Wait, the Canadians were literally the Fremens, but also cancelled for blackface.
and grenade catapults were used if they preferred to go in guns blazing. On operation, the Canadians tore through trenches so quickly and with such cold-blooded efficiency that by the end of the war, they were able to reach up to 1 kilometer behind enemy lines. Their speed and ferocity earned them the nicknames from the terrified Germans, ranging from stormtroopers to wild colonials. The savage
Stormtroopers, so our aim was bad.
determination of the Canadians was most on show in the 4 months leading up to the Battle of Vimy Ridge, where they conducted 55 raids. The most disastrous of these happened in March of 1917, involving over 1,300 soldiers, despite suffering an appalling 43% casualty rate and being constantly gassed. One group of raiders was able to clear a 450-meter section of the German trench. Killing prisoners of war. When they weren't going on deadly nighttime raids, the Canadians could usually be found slaughtering prisoners of war.
What the fuck?
Shockingly, in World War I, the murder of German POWs was actively encouraged by some commanders. Before the attack on Vimy Ridge, for instance, one soldier recalled how an officer told him,
Damn, dude, the Canadians were fucking barbaric. What is this shit?
"Remember, no prisoners. They'll just eat your rations." Having to share already limited food supplies was just
Yeah.
one of the reasons why most preferred to shoot rather than capture. But the most powerful justifications
I mean, TBH, fair.
were revenge and battle rage.
Oh, okay,
In
sorry.
a typical account, one lieutenant would recall how, after losing half of his company to machine gun fire, his surviving men rushed to the battery that had caused the damage to find the Germans inside crying and with their hands up. Unmoved, they proceeded to mercilessly bludgeon and shoot them to death. Another would relate on one occasion, a German rushed to one of his comrades with a bayonet, but then chickened out and surrendered. In his own words, our boy would have none of it. He lunged at the German again and again, who each time lowered his arms and stopped the point of the bayonet with his bare hands. The German was screaming for mercy. Even if a surrendering German somehow survived his initial encounter with a wild colonial, his life was still in great danger. In this regard, one veteran would remember how he once witnessed one of his fellow Canadians turn a German POW into red mist by dropping a live grenade into his greatcoat pocket.
Okay, they're so savage. What the fuck?
Live and let die. During World War I, soldiers carried out an unofficial live and let live policy. This was an unspoken agreement in which both sides agreed to only attack each other if ordered. The most famous example of this in action was the unofficial 1914 Christmas Day truce, in which thousands of combatants from both sides exchanged gifts, sang carols, and mingled with each other for a few hours. The next
Yeah, but if you do that, then how can you kill them the next day? I wouldn't want to mingle with my enemy. Because then you gotta, you know, you grow fond of them. And then you're like, you kind of feel bad.
year, though, the Canucks were on the front lines, and unlike their allies, live and
Alright, and sometimes we watch history videos.
let live was not in their vocabulary. Among their number were the troops of the 3rd Battalion, who were stationed in the Ypres salient on the Western Front. In the spirit of the previous year, voices from the opposing trench wished them a happy Christmas, and some of the friendlier Canucks returned the greetings. After a couple of minutes, men from both sides had raised their heads above the dugouts, and an older, whiskered man was invitingly waving a box of cigars. Moments later, a Canadian sergeant ruined Christmas by dispatching 2 Germans with his machine gun.
Damn!
Of course, this wouldn't be the last time the Germans of the Great War
The troll!
were tricked into a false sense of security by their heartless North American foe. In one particularly cruel episode, Canuck troops tossed tins of corned beef into a German trench.
Nice.
Then, when they heard their requests for more, they lobbed grenades at them instead.
What?
As the
That's
story
what-
so far have illustrated,
That's actually smart though. Damn, the Canadians are ruthless.
for some reason, Canadians went absolutely bananas in World War I. But why were they so angry?
Yeah, why?
Some historians have argued their ruthlessness was an emotional response to a battlefield rumor about the so-called crucified Canadian, an officer who was supposedly crucified to a barn door near Ypres. Others have speculated their thirst for revenge drew from their traumatic experience at the harrowing 1915 Second Battle of Ypres, during which Canadians took the brunt of the first ever German poison gas attack of the war. The best explanation, however, may be the simple fact that Canadians were brutalized more than any others because they were always being placed in the first wave of attacks.
Wow.
Juno Beach.
Bro, why were we always in the front line, though? We were disposable to the other, like, European powers.
By the close of the Great War, the Canadians had gone from a relatively unknown fighting force to one of the planet's most feared and respected military outfits.
Damn.
It was with this hard-earned reputation that they would enter the killing fields of World War II to face off against a German army reinforced by elite units with a strangely familiar name, Stormtroopers.
Yeah.
On June 6, 1944, the Canadians reminded every
We were just a colony still back then. That's crazy that we got involved in this war. They were tossing canned goods for a couple weeks to prime the Germans into relaxing until they landed a coup de grace with grenades. My god! That's kind of cruel!
one of their elite status. when they pulled off what's considered one of the most tactically successful operations of D-Day. Their objective was to storm Juno Beach and then seize the cities of Caen and Bayeux with 14,000 soldiers and 1,000 paratroopers. During the first wave, 3,000 lion-hearted Canadians rushed towards German pillboxes, taking heavy casualties. They were then followed in by tanks, which obliterated most of the German beach defenses.
Bro, the Canadians are just face tanking everything. Of course they're taking heavy casualties.
Allowing infantrymen to swarm in and begin close quarters fighting. Impressively, it took them less than 2 hours to secure their first route off the beach at the small town of Courcelles. By the end of the day, Courcelles-sur-Mer, Saint-Aubin-sur-Mer, and Colombier-sur-Soleil had all fallen, and the tank regiment of the 1st Hussars were at the Caen-Bayeux highway intersection, making them the only Allied unit on D-Day to actually reach their final objective.
Nice. Let's go.
The Devil's Brigade. In World War II, the Canadians distinguished themselves not only as dependable infantrymen, but also as skilled commandos in a joint American-Canadian unit called the 1st Special Service Force, better known as the Devil's Brigade, or the Black Devils. The Devil's Brigade was formed in June 1942 and had only accepted individuals into its ranks who were already well acquainted with survival and the outdoors.
This is like the elite rainbow troops. The elite maple rainbow troops.
As a result,
No, we haven't watched anything about Leo Major yet, but we'll watch it next.
former skiers, parachutists, hunters, lumberjacks, trappers, and game wardens made up the majority of its personnel. These
Yeah, I could see how trappers would be already, like, would have the skill set for waging war in those areas. The Devil Brigades was deadly, but they had nothing on the Old Bastards. What did the Old Bastards do? The Devil's Brigade sounds like a really cool name.
hard and rugged men were transformed into killing machines via a brutal training regime that involved 100-mile speed marches and specialist training with all sorts of weapons, explosives, and vehicles. To strike fear into their enemies' hearts on the battlefield, they placed a calling card on the dead, emblazoned with the phrase, "The worst is yet to come," in German. The Black Devils were assigned the most dangerous assignments, with one of their most iconic missions taking place in December of 1943 at the mountain peak of Monte la Defensa, southeast of Rome. For about a month, multiple British, Canadian, and American assaults attempting to dislodge the Germans at the top had been wiped out one after the other. By the time the Devil's Brigade arrived on the scene, Monte la Defensa had been battered with over 200,000 shells, earning it the nickname the $1 Million Hill. At 1:30 a.m. on December 3rd, carrying 60-pound rucksacks as well as knives, guns, and bayonets, and with charcoal-blackened faces, 600 men of the 1st Special Service Force began climbing up the near-vertical cliff face as fog and swirling snow enveloped the mountain. A little before 6 a.m., they reached the summit and began quietly slitting the throats of sentries. Then, all of a sudden, a rock slide gave away their position and the enemy opened fire. The fighting was intense and both sides suffered heavy losses, but the battle-hardened Germans were eventually expelled. In a mere 2 hours, the month-long standoff had been ended by a force that was 10 times smaller than the combined Allied force that had up until then failed to take Monte la Defensa. With a little help from the Americans, they had shown that once again, that to mess with a Canadian in wartime is to sign your own death warrant.
Wow. Kind of cool. Yeah, that's so cool. I mean, initially, I'm checking out these videos because initially I was making fun of the of our cops that are on horses, and then chat told me about all these Canadian savagery feat. Remember, the Canadians need to chill with the blackface. Thank God we're not in 2025. That got the Devil's Brigade would have gotten cancelled. Yeah, I heard that I thought it was the Geneva Convention that was created because of Canadians. I don't even think Simple History lets me react to their videos, by the way. Like, I mean, I won't be able to upload them, unfortunately, but it was a really good video. I enjoyed this. Oh no, the rainbow one too. Not the rainbow one, the, what's the one dude we wanted to check out? Leo Major. Did we have anything from Leo Major? Oh, this guy's reacting to Simple History. Oh yeah, it is a video from Simple History as well. There's the infographic show or Simple History. They're both kind of the same.
Leo Major, the one-eyed scout who liberated a whole town by himself. World War II.
Wait, what? Is he Machamp? It looks like he has 3 arms here. Monday is my birthday. Just wanted to say thank you. Oh my god, Nico! Your birthday is so close. Happy birthday in advance, dude. Thank you for the 21 months. Thank you. I hope you have a wonderful day for your birthday.
In World War II, for the Canadian effort, one soldier stands out from all the rest. Leo Major. He was a French-Canadian from Montreal,
Oh, and your birthday was Thursday. Let's go, Neon. Happy birthday.
Canada. In 1940, at the age of 19, he joined the Le Régiment de la Chaudière of the Canadian Army. Their insignia underlines their fierce fighting reputation, consisting of 2 crossed Vickers machine guns with a beaver above supporting fleur-de-lis.
Beaver.
Private Leo Major first saw action at D-Day in France, taking part in the Normandy landings on June 6, 1944. Straight away, he distinguished himself as a scout behind enemy lines by capturing a German communications half-track full of secret code books.
Whoa.
He then forced the captured crew to drive the Hanomag towards friendly lines, but was fired upon with anti-tank guns by British and Canadian troops. Leo had to climb on top of the vehicle to get them to stop firing as they drove closer, and later remarked how happy he was that the British and Canadian soldiers didn't know how to shoot. When the English officer asked
I was right about the stormtrooper comment.
Leo to hand over the Hanomag, Leo refused outright, stating that it was a Quebec man who captured it, and so it was handed over to the Chaudière Regiment.
Let's go.
His war was nearly cut short when a few days later he was
So he was French-Canadian. He wasn't just Canadian, he was French-Canadian.
scouting ahead of his unit. Leo unexpectedly encountered a patrolling elite Waffen-SS unit. In the ensuing firefight, he managed to kill 4 of the enemy soldiers, but one of them, fatally wounded, managed to throw a phosphorus grenade, and Leo was hit, damaging his left eye badly. Leo was then sent to a field hospital for treatment. Leo had to wear an eye patch while his eye healed, and he remarked on how he looked like a pirate. Remarkably, he refused to be sent home, stating that he only needed one good eye to aim a rifle. Quickly, he returned to the front line and continued to act as a scout and sniper for his unit. Shortly after returning to active service in October 1944, he was involved in the month-long Battle of the Scheldt in Holland, which involved much
Yeah, Leo's pretty cool. The other video that we watched was pretty cool too.
heavy fighting and several amphibious landings. One day during this prolonged battle, Leo's commanding officer had ordered him to find the 50 zombies who had gone missing on patrol earlier. Zombie was a slang term used by Canadian volunteers for unenthusiastic, inexperienced Canadian conscripts in the war. Leo was carrying out the reconnaissance by himself, as always wearing PT sneakers instead of heavy boots. He was deep behind enemy lines in the dark, in freezing cold rain, muttering to himself, "I am frozen and wet because of you, so you will pay." Drenched to the skin while not finding the zombies, he did come across a garrison of German regular troops.
Sure, that was you. You were wearing an eye patch for so long. Yeah, he is like IRL Nick Fury.
sleeping in trenches
We actually need the Canadian version of the Inglorious Bastard.
that they had been digging all day. Noticing a snoring German officer, Leo woke him up, pointing his Sten gun at him, and then motioned him to order his men to follow him. One soldier raised his rifle and was shot dead by Leo, followed by 3 others who joined the firefight. After this, he shouted, "Achtung!" and "Handen hoch!" and the garrison quickly decided to surrender to him. He then single-handedly marched 93 German soldiers back to the Allied lines. But on the way there, they were attacked by Waffen-SS troops manning an artillery battery from a neighboring village, who were infuriated that their fellow countrymen were surrendering.
What?
This left a lasting impression on Leo. The Waffen-SS unit managed to kill and injure a number of the German prisoners before being driven off by an Allied Sherman tank. Leo
What the fuck? They fired on their own units? That's messed up.
then handed over 93 German prisoners to his speechless commander. For his act of bravery, Leo was awarded the Distinguished Conduct Medal, which is the second highest award in the British and Commonwealth, the Victoria Cross being the only one higher. But surprisingly, he declined the medal, feeling the British commander, General Montgomery, who was going to
What does it mean because they were Waffen SS?
present him with the award, was incompetent and therefore in no position to give him that medal. Then in February 1945, as his unit was fighting in the Rhineland in Germany, the Bren gun carrier he was traveling in hit a mine, wrecking the vehicle and killing all its occupants, except Leo. He was severely
Leo's got plot armor, like insane plot armor.
injured, including 2 badly broken ankles, 4 ribs, and his back in 3 places. Leo again refused to be shipped back home, and after a short spell in a
Bro is literally Levi Ackerman after like Zeke's makes that nuke go off.
Belgian hospital, he returned to his unit in time for their final attack to clear Holland of the last of its German occupiers. So, on April 13, 1945, the Allies were preparing to attack the large Dutch town of Zwolle, but were unsure of the strength or deployment of the German forces in the town. That evening, Leo and his friend Corporal Willie Arsenault volunteered to carry out a recon of the area. The city was planned to be bombed by Allied artillery, and this is something Leo and Willie wanted to prevent. When the two approached the outskirts of the silent town, the Germans spotted Willie after his grenade bag made a rattling noise, and he was killed by enemy machine gun fire.
Willie.
Leo took 2 of them out, but the others fled in a vehicle. He then took his friend's Sten gun, an extra bag of grenades, then laid his lifeless body on the side. So enraged was Leo that he would go on a one-man rampage that lasted the whole night, using his submachine
Oh my god, he's about to go demon mode.
gun and bags full of grenades. He hijacked a nearby German scout car, disarming the driver and taking his MP-40, adding a 3rd submachine gun to his inventory. Leo made him drive to a hotel, then entered a bar. There, he disarmed a German officer who could speak French to Leo, and he made him aware that the town was to be bombed by Canadian artillery, which would result in German military and civilian casualties. The officer understood, and in good faith, Leo handed him back his pistol, allowing him to drive off in the hopes that he would evacuate his troops rather than rally an attack.
Okay.
Leo moved around the town for a few hours in the dead of night, firing on any German units he came up against, throwing grenades and making as much noise around town as possible. His idea was to confuse the enemy into believing that they were under attack by a far larger Allied force storming the city. He proceeded in killing or capturing German defenders as he moved from street to street, using the local river and church as reference points so as not to get lost. Every time he had enough prisoners, normally between 8 to 10, he would march them back to the Allied lines and drop them off, before returning to the town to carry on his one-man assault.
That is crazy, though. Also, why aren't the Allies like sending people to help him if he's walking there, and the Germans are just letting him back into the town each time?
He is reckoned to have done this around 10 times. 4 times in the night he had to force his way into civilian houses to rest. Although terrified by his initial appearance once they understood he was Canadian, they looked after Leo.
What?
During his rampage, he also attacked and set light to the Gestapo
Wait, where was the town? Oh, it wasn't a German town. Yeah, the guy is solo leveling for real.
headquarters, further adding to the confusion. Then, finding the SS headquarters, he engaged in a firefight, killing 4 SS officers inside. Then, later, Leo came across a group of townsmen by chance. This included a
This was the Netherlands. Okay, that's why they liked him, because he was Canadian.
local policeman by the name of Frik Kuiper. All of these men were secretly members of the Dutch resistance. Leo then explained to them that the town was liberated. Then the group went on to take the town hall and bring the civilians out onto the streets. By 4:30 a.m., the German garrison had fled the town, and Leo had single-handedly liberated Zwolle.
Zwolle.
Leo retrieved his friend Willie Arsenal's body and returned to his unit, who had yet to advance into the town. On that morning of April...
Do you think he did like that, Jojo? Okay, this was Leo when Willie died. I'm taking too long to find this. Oh, I'm gonna get copyrighted. Just gonna show this. He was like, Willie! No!
On 14th, the Allied forces entered the town without a shot being fired and without the loss of civilian life from the planned bombardment, due to Leo's outstanding bravery the previous night. For his heroism above and beyond the call of duty, he was again awarded the Distinguished Conduct Medal, and this time he accepted it.
Cool.
After the war, Leo left the army and returned to civilian life to resume his old job as a pipe fitter.
As a pipe fitter?
With the start of the Korean War in 1950, the Canadian Army joined the United Nations forces in fighting the Communist Chinese and North Korean invasion of South Korea. Leo, though only 29 years old, was seen as a veteran with a special skill set and was recruited to rejoin the Army and become a member of a special scout and sniper team. Then, in November 1951, the Communists attempted to take some strategic important high ground just 40 miles away from Seoul, the South Korean capital. The fighting was based around the vitally important Hill 355, nicknamed Little Gibraltar, and Hill 277. Chinese troops had captured it from the Americans, and Leo was to recapture and hold the hill. The fighting raged for days, and the Canadian commander, Lieutenant Colonel Jacques Dextraz, declared, "In the event the battalion is attacked, there will be no withdrawal, no platoons overrun, and no panics."
Damn.
During the battle, Leo commanded a unit of around 18 men, repelling whole Chinese divisions while enduring heavy artillery and mortar barrages for 3 days. Even though Leo had been ordered to retreat when the Chinese divisions counterattacked, he refused. Instead, he demanded that the commander of the mortar
Good night, Darf.
platoon, Captain Charlie Forbes, rain mortar fire on the enemy. The mortar fire was so close to Leo's position that the commander could hear the bombs explode when Leo spoke on his radio, and it was so intense that the mortar barrels warped from their rate of fire. For his valor and leadership under fire, Leo was awarded another Distinguished Conduct Medal for capturing and holding the key hill. Leo was the
But what happens during like 3 days battle? Do they take turns sleeping, or do they just never sleep?
only Canadian to win the Distinguished Conduct Medal in 2 separate wars. He lived a quiet life afterwards, and in 2008, at the age of 87, passed away, having been married for 57 years and having 4 children.
Dude's a goat. Quick naps and shift when they can. My god. But the worst part of war is when you see these movies and they're like in those trenches full of mud. You're just walking in mud all the time. Like to your knees, your feet are constantly wet. Your equipment is probably not good, so you take some from the dead and stuff. There is barely any supplies to the front line making its way to you. It must be so difficult to stay there day after day after day. That Korean fight made the Koreans call the Canadians polite devils because they thought Commonwealth soldiers were not as good as American. Damn. So they thought we were polite at least, but also that we were devils. Sometimes you don't know if your buddy sleeping or gone was brutal. True. What was this, fuck. Is there any good war movies that came out lately? I know there's like the Nuremberg movie that's... Well, that's not really a war movie, it's more about a trial. I think the Canadians that they met might have not been French Canadian, because the French ones are not polite. They're fucking savage. Howdy, Renji. Battle of Verdun was 303 days. The entire French army served because they were rotated out every week. It was consecutive 303 days. Oxaw Ridge. Oxaw Ridge, the one with the medic, isn't it? 1917 was really good. Yeah, 1917 was really good. Like the cinematography, and that was really, really good. All Quiet on the Western Front. I remember starting that movie very late at night. And I was like, I'm just gonna fall asleep on it. And I ended up watching the entire thing. I couldn't, like, it kept me hooked till 3 a.m. Pecunia, arigato! Yeah, Oversimplified's got some really funny war videos. We saw that one video once about how there was a war that started in Canada because of somebody's pig. Wait, who was part of the Old Bastards? Desmond Dog? That Napoleon movie? Which one? The Napoleon movie. Yeah, we watched that Pig War. The Napoleon movie with Joaquin Phoenix wasn't that good, I think. There was like some moments that I liked in it. Because obviously it's from a good director and a good actor and all of that. But it wasn't the right actor for the role. And he didn't do much with him. And I don't know, just Americans need to not do Napoleon movies. It never works when they try to do... It never works when Americans try to do movies on the French. The French just do these movies way better than anybody else because French people in movies, they don't shy away from the grit. All Quiet on the Western Front was good, yeah. Wait, which movie are you talking about, Kimchi? Oh, really? I didn't know. I didn't know that Ridley Scott's made another, yeah, I don't know what this person's saying, actually. No, All Quiet on the Western Front, it is an old movie, but they made a new version in 2022, which was also good. Yes, and that Napoleon movie was trash. And even another actor made fun of Joaquin Phoenix. Ridley Scott's usually good. Like, he's a good director. I don't know why this movie was so bad. There was a few things, I think. It focused too much on his relationship with Josephine. And I feel like not enough on it should have been more on how he waged war, his different conquests, how much the French people put their hopes behind him, how like he rallied the men around him because they really, really trusted him, how he used propaganda even when he lost wars, or even after when his defeat in Moscow. I feel like they didn't spend much time there exploring why he failed when he was there and why he failed to establish order in Moscow when he took it. He was really cucked by Josephine. Like he was actually ridiculed back then when his letters to her leaked. And he was like deeply in love with her, and she was older than him. But in the movie, Joaquin Phoenix looks way too old for the part as well. He's a good actor. I really like him, but like his age didn't quite fit. And then when he gets rid of her to become emperor because he needs like a better marriage, they could have used this part to make a really emotional scene. Like apparently, I think I watched a historian describe this one moment where she usually like always poured the milk in his coffee every day, and that one morning he just put his hand on top of his cup to signal to her that he doesn't want her to pour the milk that morning. And it's like, very symbolic way of telling somebody that you're done with her. Like he was really in love with her until that one moment where he told himself that she didn't fit his purpose anymore, and then it was done. That could have been interesting to explore, but they didn't do that. Anyway, it should have been a longer movie too. He did too many cool things. Band of Brothers was also a really good American miniseries. I'm gonna check it out. I don't think I've seen this. Oh, award-winning series? Really? Let's go. Maybe I have seen it. Band of Brothers. Oh my god, it's from Ross. Ross from Friends is in this? No, I don't think I've seen this. I can't believe Ross is in this. Holy shit, I gotta watch it. That is crazy. My god, I'm really hungry now. I'm gonna go eat, chat. Alright. Thanks so much for hanging out. Thanks so much for hanging out. Good stream. Do the VTuber react soon next. I'll see you all in the next one. Have a beautiful evening. Good night, everybody.